It's going down like this, motherfucker.
For what he has, he says that the only way that we can solve our problem is to unite. For what he has, he says that the only way that we can solve our problem is to unite. For what he has, he says that the only way that we can solve our problem. For what he has, he says that the only way that we can solve our problem is to unite together among ourselves, among our own kind, clean ourselves up, rid ourselves of the evils that we've become addicted to here in this society, and try and...
Off my dome, this is... Off my dome, 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 this... Off my dome.
This ain't loud enough. This ain't loud enough. This ain't loud enough. This ain't loud enough.
I just left a light in this bitch.
Fuck up. Move the fuck up. Move the fuck up. 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 This ain't loud enough. I'm still trying.
Yes, he destroy black boys. If you destroy him as a boy, he'll never become a man. Yes, he destroy black boys. If you destroy him as a boy, he'll never become a man. Yes, he destroy black boys. If you destroy him as a boy, he'll never become a man.
It's cool enough just being cool, like I am, chilling. It's cool enough, cool, like I am, chilling. It's cool enough just being cool, like I am, chilling. It's cool enough just being cool. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers.
Yo, Beach, he looked down, seen his feet, the nigga went berserk, killed the monkey, threw the bat out the window, start kicking that bitch in the air.
I've seen a lot of black guys, Nipsey, but you're overdoing it.
Group of you together, you never can tell who's who. Group of you together, you never can tell who's who. Group of you together, you never can tell who's who.
I mean, TikTok. I mean, TikTok. I mean, TikTok.
You're a philosopher? Yes. You're a philosopher? Yes. You're a philosopher? Yes. You're a philosopher? Yes. I think very deeply. I think very deeply.
Dance with me. Dance with me. Dance with me.
Where's all that noise? Where's all that noise? Where's all that noise?
Decent white folk that still don't know they're racist.
Damn white boys out there. Most of them is psychopaths and all that. They'll kill your mama's mama and you.
What the hell you want here, hunky?
I don't mean to be rude. Mean to be rude. Mean to be rude. Mean to be rude.
Where's all that noise? Where's all that noise? Where's all that noise? Where's all that noise? Oh, that's his daddy.
Used to snort cocaine, now I beam for the check. Used to snort cocaine, now I beam for the check.
Your lines are still open. Oh shit, you can get it, nigga. You wanna get it?
Baby, I'm a walking dead man, is what they call me when I come. I hit the loot juice and pulls up in the. Baby, I'm a walking dead man, is what they call me when I come. I hit the loot juice and pulls up in the. Baby, I'm a walking dead man, is what they call me when I come. I hit the loot juice and pulls up in the.
Do that dance, do that dance. Do that dance, do that dance.
dance, do that dance, baby.
I stopped playing. I'm legendary in this motherfucker. I just be shopping and shit. You know, drinking and shit. Do a little smoking and shit. To the east, to the north, to the west, to the south, above, below, and the middle. To the east, to the north, to the west, to the south, above, below, and the center. Greetings. This is Big Pontiac, and welcome to the Chocolate Mountain Show. I am the holder of the infinite sacred ball game that was created by the Hero Twins, and I am that one and only Galactic Daddy-O welcoming each and every one of you to my galactic patio that reaches from Minnesota to the universe. Whoa. I guess that's me. So welcome, everyone. Welcome tonight. All right. Welcome tonight on this episode of the Chocolate Mountain Show. You know, this has been a most glorious day, and I don't really know where I should start. As you know, yesterday was my birthday, and really spent a very mild day. I am ahead of myself. Let's back up. Well, I guess what I was saying does kind of lead up to what I'm about to show. I guess I'll finish my story. So, yesterday I was surprised that I didn't have a surprise birthday party at the pool. Not disappointed, but I just kind of was feeling it, and I thought it was going to happen yesterday. So it didn't happen yesterday, and I kind of was cool. It didn't matter. You know, it's like all my friends and family, we all swam for a couple hours, and it was cool. You know, I was in bed, 12:30. You know, I was pretty lit. Me and my girl smoked some of this monkey paw. Where's that shit at? And I was pretty lit, I must admit. Every day I'm lit. It ain't that much left. It's probably 2 grams, 3 grams. of this fine looking, I don't know, maybe just about 4 grams left. Some of that sticky, icky. And so she smoked a joint, and she was lit. And she fell asleep in here. Matter of fact, we was in here because this is generally where I smoke, unless I'm smoking wax. And wax don't really, the smell doesn't linger like just straight weed. Like when I light my bong, that motherfucker straight up got the smell. But as you know, what I normally do is I highlight a beer. Y'all know I do that. You know I highlight a beer. And tonight, the beer that I'm highlighting is something new and exciting. So my fiance set up a day where she said we was going out to eat dinner, and we were going downtown, and I knew the name of the place, you know, and so we're walking, and as we're getting to the entry, she's like, "Did your mom look at that building?" Because she didn't want me to look into the restaurant. And I walk into the restaurant, and I see my youngest son and his mother, my youngest son and his girl, and then the rest of my family, you know, was there. You know, my fiance's family, my family, my mother, all 3 of my children that are. Oh well, my 4th daughter, my daughter, you know, she's with her mother this weekend, and she's been away at camp, and now she's celebrating. So my daughter wasn't there, but everyone else was there, and we really had a great time. And that leads me to where we went. We went to Day Block Brewing Company, and this is their amber. And you know, and they gave me this good glass because I just dropped about 340 up in that motherfucker, but it was worth it to see all my people. And so this is called a growler. If y'all didn't know, this is a growler. And again, this is their amber. But this is a local brewery that has really good food. They have an outdoor patio because I kept seeing people come in, and it was like, I'm looking to see where the people sat because again, the front wasn't very big. And it's like, where are these people going? And so then when I went to the bathroom in the back, so how can I do this? Look at that. Oh, look at that ambrosia. And this comes straight from the tap, baby. This comes straight from the tap. This is like having tap beer in your house. And what I was telling my girl is she kept wanting to get into it. And I'm like, hun, you got to drink this beer. When you bring this kind of beer home, you got to drink it because it just doesn't stay fresh when you untap beer. You know, when you pour it out, it doesn't stay fresh. So this is what I'm drinking on tonight. And keep it somewhat cold. Damn, I'm tearing this shit up. Ah, there we go. Not only that, so pop them if you got them. You know, toast to all you guys that come and support me. Toast to all of you. A toast to all of you. Pop them if you got them. I appreciate it. This is a little bitter. Ooh, don't want that. This is a little more bitter than my Elliott Nest. I'm trying to think of the color. This one's filtered. Yeah, this one's definitely filtered. They had one that isn't filtered. And I'm not crazy about unfiltered beer. It has a watery taste that is just not the greatest to me. And I am still, let me see, this shit was loaded when I don't know. I don't know if I need to put any more in here. But I'm still smoking on this a little more than I am on the weed. The shatter. So we'll get this going, reload it. So yeah, it was really cool. You know, it was really cool to see everybody, and everybody got out and showing me love, giving me cards. That is really nice. And I got some gifts too. Don't think I didn't get any gifts. You know, people love me and gave me gifts. And even though my children being there is a gift, but they give me gifts. And like even my nephew that's about to go to college in a few weeks that hooped. You know, I told you his hoop journey. He's like, hey, Unc, I can't make it. So I was like, oh, man. I was like, okay, thank you. And so we're going to wait for this to heat up. And man, had a burger. The menu wasn't very, very large, but they had some macaroni. Like up here, I don't know if y'all dig, like up here, cheese curds, because you know cheese is big in this part of the country because of Wisconsin. Because of Wisconsin, cheese is very big in this part of the country, and so cheese curds is really big here, and I don't mind them. You know, again, I don't eat a lot of dairy. I kind of limit myself. Like I don't put cheese on shit when I make shit. If we go out every now and then, I'll have a little cheese, but overall, I'm not a big dairy person. Like creamer in my coffee, a little milk with my cereal, but that's about it. You know, the yogurt or something like that, you know, unsweetened yogurt, but something like that. Oh, so smoke them if you want them. Oh, choking like a motherfucker earlier. Ah. So I might post some pictures of the party. And of course, we have to have a fine acid blondie to chew on. Whoa. All right. So who are the party people with me tonight? Let me see. We got, let's bring it back down. We've got El Dragon Ahmoud Khan. Welcome. And by being here tonight, I know you've got to have vision. 1212. Ooh, that is a magic number. General Peace, thank you for joining. And I know you definitely got to have vision. Well, thank you for the nice words. Thank you for the nice words. Anthony G, thank you for joining. And I know to be here this late night, you must have vision. OTF, what is happening? And I know you've got to have vision. This is here, but not there. Where? Oh, okay, there it is. Good. Why isn't this? I thought I did this a while ago. Okay, here we go. All right. Thought I already did that. All right, who else am I at? Where am I at? OTF. Jamar 3224. What's happening? And I know you definitely got to have vision. Well, thank you, El Dragon. Oh, come on, El Khan. Oh, thank you, Siova, the technician. And I know for you to be up late this night. No, we got a better question, Siova. I know you got in check
My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? What?
And I know Siova controls his bitches. Jeffrey Lane, what is happening? And thank you, Jeffrey Lane, for the vision tonight of me not going to see motherfucking Indiana Jones.
Got to have vision.
Because you said it was trash, and I didn't really want to see the shit anyway. We was just thinking of some shit to do. And I didn't really want to see the shit anyway. And damn, like after I swam yesterday, I was in no motherfucking mood, you know, to go to a movie at 10 o'clock at night and to see some trash. So thank you for that, Jeffrey Lane. I did not want to go see Indiana and whatever the fuck it's called. Because I knew it was trash, so I ain't gonna see that shit. I'm gonna wait to see Oppenheimer comes out the 12th maybe, so I'll probably go see that. But yeah, I'm not seeing Indiana Jones. I ain't, I only went to see the other ones. I think they was when I was still playing college football. When I saw the first one, and the coach liked that kind of shit. Yeah, like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. My coach was happier than a motherfucker. She's like, yeah, I like that kind of stuff. When the skeletons came out, whatever the fuck, the treasure chest and shit, and they melted everybody. I remember my college coach. He loved that shit. And I'll speak on this for a minute, changing the subject. Like, I was watching a thing on Marcus Dupree, and it's like the way he was taken advantage of. Now, Marcus Dupree was the second dude to go less than 4 years and play pro football. I don't even know if I can find the young man. There was a guy that played for, like, there was a World Football League. I probably should look it up to see what year it was. But the World Football League, it was a dude from Detroit that played in the World Football League just right out of high school. So whoever that running back was, he was the first to go from pro. And again, we're excluding, Jim Thorpe back. And even Jim Thorpe played in college, but we're excluding, those years ago. And then we would also exclude people from, well, I guess they wouldn't be really eligible, but Marcus Dupree, he went pro like after his sophomore year. But I look at it and it's like how sad, like how social economics can really, really fuck with you of not getting what you really should get. Like just matters of NILs was back then. Now for him to stay because he was going to leave Oklahoma. Again, he was lured there. He was groomed to go to Oklahoma by outside pressures. But all his mama wanted was a double wide trailer. And a double wide trailer has a life, a short life. But again, she could have got a crib. They live in Mississippi, Philadelphia, Mississippi. And you can't tell me in the 1980s is whatever a double wide trailer, you couldn't get some kind of that you couldn't get a house. Or at least build a basement under the trailer. So it was just social economic. But then the classic story. But one thing he said at the end, he played 3 years of pro football. 3 years of pro football. So I wanted to get that out. But thank you, Jeffrey Lang. Well, thank you. Some say your money sounds like dog shit of a movie. Save your money. Sounds like a dog shit of a movie. Yeah, that's what Jeffrey Lane. I was like, yeah, he said that. It was one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm not joking. Wow. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Dog Shit. I like that. Oh, I like that. Oh, shit. Oh, Temple of goddamn. Temple of dog shit. What the fuck? Oh, I don't even know why I went to. Why did I go to that one? I could have brought up my main man. Oh, I could have given one of these. What are we doing? So what are we doing? The Temple of Dog Shit. That's really fun. Oppenheimer and Mission Impossible, the only movies I'm waiting for this summer, are over. The summer of movies was truly bad movies and big budgets. Exactly. Yeah, the Flash was trash. It was really trash. There's some things you do and you come out doing them, you feel stupider doing them. I mean, there are some things that you just feel stupider that you did them, and that's the Flash was that. But so I'm glad I'm not going to see this one. Oppenheimer, I don't really care. Remember, see, this is how they turn. If you guys know a little history about Oppenheimer, they got Oppenheimer because Oppenheimer started speaking against that shit when he saw the way they was using it. And you know what they did to him? He was up for being a communist. Well, now I think some of that's in the later of the movie, but he was up for being a communist. He was up for the ethics people about the communisms that J. Edgar Hoover was going after people. That, what was his name? Paul Robeson, how they got Paul Robeson. And remember, they fucking poisoned Paul Robeson and fucking, he tried to get away from these motherfuckers in America by living in Russia, and they poisoned him and killed him in Russia. And Paul Robeson, people forget, he was an all-American football player. He also played pro football, too, with Fritz Pollard. So I'm a little off. Yeah, I think they'll do well too. It only made 7 million on Thursday. That's 1985. It only made 7 million. Wow. Yeah, we wasn't definitely gonna go see it Thursday at all. Wow. And they're giving yes, I saw that. No, they're giving away was it what yeah, they was giving away a free pass from Applebee's. Applebee's, if you bought a dinner at Applebee's was giving you a free pass to go see the Temple of Doom. Or the, what did he call it? what did he call that shit? Oh, the Temple of Dog shit. That's right. Applebee's was giving you you get a meal at Applebee's, they'll give you a movie pass. Free pass to go see the movie. Yeah, that's what Applebee's was doing here. Yep. To the Flash. By reviews said Oppenheimer is similar to a horror movie. Anthony G, I'll say this. The Gipper, and the Gipper stands for God up in Pennsylvania. the Gipper, he proclaimed that it was going to be a great movie optically. That Oppenheimer is going to be an optically great movie. And from seeing it in the theater with all the sound and stuff, I tend to agree because I've been seeing highlights of the movie for the past month or two. So I think optically it's going to be a mind-blowing, because what they're trying to convince you is that atom bombs is something different than napalm. Because I don't want to hear all this radiation shit when they got motherfuckers the next day in there filming. Now, I know a couple weeks ago or last month, or months before, I was trying to find some of it, but live footage of them filming the day after. So if it's so bad with radiation, why did these Europeans from America go up in there the next day? So part of it real is like remember, what did Trump drop a few years ago? He dropped the biggest megaton or non-nuclear. Remember, in Afghanistan, a year or two ago, when Afghanistan, probably 17, 18, Trump dropped, what did they call it? What did they call that bomb? At the time, it was the biggest non-atomic bomb they dropped in Afghanistan. Y'all remember that? So if it's we know, you look at what megatons is when blowing shit up, you blew some big ass shit up when you dropped that. Now, I don't know how many people it killed or how big a hole it put. I mean, you can imagine, you can go look at that. But again, so optically, I'll say this with Mission Impossible. You have to be a Tom Hanks fan because this nigga's my age and this nigga runs throughout the whole movie. He's a running nigga. Did you see the stunt? Did y'all see his stunt of this nigga jumping where he rides the motorcycle off the mountain and they pick him up by the wire? That was him. I saw a replay of them filming it, and that was him. He does the stunt where this nigga's riding off some shit and the motorcycle, and they pick him up in the air. I was like, but this nigga is flying or he's running. And like we got John Wick, all he needs is a gun. The Equalizer can use anything, and we know Dom just has to have a car. And so, this guy don't really need shit. Oh, so I lost my thought. Y'all caught me slipping. I'm 62, old. No, but Tom Cruise just needs to run. Long as Tom Cruise can run, get out his way. Like flying a plane was kind of like running too, moving fast. But Maverick was a good movie. But Tom Cruise running, he's a running motherfucker. I love to watch that nigga run. It'd be like, I'm watching the movie, and then when Tom Cruise starts to running this shit, I like sit in my seat like, oh, Tom Cruise is running this shit. Bunker. They said it was worse than a bunker buster. And let me tell you what a bunker buster was. A bunker buster. Check this out. Wow, that's interesting you brought that up, Ciova, because I brought this up a couple nights ago. Remember in Da Nang, which was the biggest Air Force base that the Americans built in Vietnam. Well, what the Viet Cong
And it was the Viet Cong and not the North Vietnamese army. It was actually the Viet Cong. What they did to counter it is they built underground this massive complex right next to Da Nang Air Base. And it was about 8-9 years in before they destroyed them. And because the soil was so good in Vietnam, they were able to live down there. And so to defeat these bunkers, what they literally had to do is B-52s had to drop these big ass bombs, and that's how they finally got rid of it. But it had operated for 7 or 8 years already. But that was how they got rid of it, was one of them bunker bombs. Yeah, bunker busters. But outside of Da Nang. And that's an interesting book. Like the Tunnel Rats, I used to always, tease my children, tell them, I got recruited to go to Vietnam in the 8th grade, when I was in the 3rd grade, because they needed little people to get into them tunnels, which was really realistic. It's a Tunnel Rat book, and I'm surprised they never made it a movie, but it's, you see bits and pieces of it in movies, but it would be an interesting story in itself, that as a defense mechanism that the whole culture did, which was done. I mean, remember, people from New York know this. The granite in New York, and I always point to the gangs of New York showing this. Remember the cutaway. You showing people living in homes without, a building without no walls, and then you look, but below, people are living in the granite. And there, you had some cases where the Europeans, when they first came over here, we would disappear on the East Coast, and they didn't even, they was like, how are all these people disappearing? And they would literally being able to go to these caverns, these granite caverns that was natural that they would use. And of course, as they was discovered, they couldn't keep using them. So, you say Tom Cruise is definitely a clone killing himself and just waking up in the new body. Okay, Mickey, what time is it? Is that late? No, okay, I didn't think. Yeah, Transformers should be Fast and Furious at this point. Yeah, I like the Transformers. I can say Dom, all he needs is a car. You give Dom a car, and Dom is straight. he drove down to Hoover the goddamn dam. But that's entertaining. But let me show you. Got some birthday gifts. See if I can reach everything. I'm gonna knock everything down. There we go. Push it back, way back. That worked. Okay. Now, I was talking about these the other night, and been wearing these the last 2 days, breaking them in, and yeah, I am really going to like playing in these. I can already tell. They're breaking in very nice. Yeah. So I wanted to show that, because what I'm going to talk about is basically what I got. So my in-laws bought me, yesterday my girl wanted to buy me just the cover, because this is just a cover, for the pickleball. So this goes in technically like this, but they got covers just for these, for the paddle. So this is a whole joint, carrying this. So this is my in-laws, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law gave me this, Tommy Bahama. And then my fiance, other than, the party we had tonight, I wanted, so my other paddle is 7.5 ounces. And I always felt it was just a little too light. I just felt it was a little too light. And so the bag I carry now, and I don't know why I carry all this shit. It's full of water too. It's water. But I'm sold on Gearbox. No doubt I'm sold on Gearbox. This is my old paddle. It's about a year old. And as you see, this one's 7.8. And they almost look identical.
almost identical. This face is a little bigger. This face is slightly bigger. And so it'd be a lot easier to get a little more action on the ball. I just felt this was just a little too small. And so they're really, you know, this one's slightly bigger, this one's slightly smaller. Now, what you're going to see, and what happens is, trying to find one of my balls, prove my point. So what happens is the life of these paddles, really, you can tell, it's just like where the newer paddles, there's a lot coming off it. What happens is the paddles just get dull and they just don't play. You know, they don't really play. They don't really play off it enough. So the paddle kind of gets dead spots, because there was some times I hit it and it just, the energy's just not there anymore. The energy's just not there. Now, if you're thinking about playing, what you're going to be, you know, to decide what kind of racket you want. Trying to think, what's my oldest racket? Yeah, because my first two rackets I broke. The first two I had. So price range, this is about cheap as you can get it. Well, no, I'll take that back. If you get a kit, don't get a kit. But this is pretty cheap that you can get. This is probably $30. But again, what happens is if you play a lot. Now, if you don't play that much, then you can get away with something like this. But if you play a lot, 6 months to about 6 months of hard playing, you're gonna lose it. It'll hit and it just hits dead spots. Like a lot of people, like I think this is graphite. This graphite, it just gives dead spots. Second thing I don't like is I don't like the rims. I don't like the rims. It hits the rim. Now, one thing that does happen is you can still hit this edge. Like sometimes I'll catch it and it still reflects. But to me, I prefer that. I don't like this part. I just don't like it. Now this paddle was about $60. And it's not really bad. The mistake I made is I played outside with this paddle, because we played like year round. And I mean, literally outside when it's snow on the ground, the court, long as the court was clear, we would shovel the court off, and the place, lights was on until 10 o'clock at night. We'd literally be out there playing like every night. And a lot of moisture got to this. And this is not a bad, but you can see what it ended up doing. And I could probably still super glue it, but you can see where this started. And the same kind of things, like this one even more, where you can see it just, the dead spots come. But I mean, if you don't play a lot, this will work for you. This will work. Again, this one's even cheaper. There's a brand above this one. This one is Onyx. And then this one is Monarch. So and like what I like about these paddles is, what I am one of the best at is digging them off the ground. Like I've caught some just literally just off the ground. And I mean, like guys would give up. Like dudes would hit plays and didn't think I could get it. And I've like from inches from the ground and just popped that back up. You can do that with these. You can do that with these. And that's just kind of side-by-side comparisons. So they're about the same, but this one's just heavier. And this one is, they both cost the same. This one 160. Yeah, I think this was 160 at Shields. Dick Sports got them too. I think this is 160. This ain't the most expensive though. The most expensive was $260. So $100 more is the top rackets. And for me, I'll be able to play with this the rest of the summer. And what I like is I can teach in this one, because that's like what I figured out I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play hard on 3 or 4 days a week, and then the other days I just, I hit the treadmill, work the rope, and teach, and have a paddle that I can teach with, and not beat up my good paddle by teaching. So that's my pickleball rant, y'all.
That is my pickleball rap. Yeah, you know what it's about to get real with that nigga's running. Yeah, Tom Cruise is one running ass nigga, man. That nigga like for because he's not much younger than me. If he's younger than me, he's not much younger than me. But I like that where a nigga like, hey, run, Tom, run. Surprising they didn't put him in a sports movie. Well, I guess they did put him in a sports movie. Y'all remember? Oh, check this out. Do y'all remember the movie where Tom Cruise and them was in the a military academy? Do y'all remember that? Tom Cruise was in a military academy, and Tom Cruise, the military academy, started fighting the police. Do y'all remember that movie? And I mean, these dudes was like, high school, military school. They had real rounds and shit, and they was fighting the shit out the police. And Tom Cruise was in that one. I don't know if that was kind of an older movie, but I don't know if anybody remembers that. But he played in that one too. So yeah, so whenever next 12th, trying to think, the 12th is Mission Impossible. Is it the 12th it comes out? I think it comes out the 12th. Oh, it just more and more trip shows. Did y'all hear about this one? This is just some. I mean, I guess people don't understand, y'all. People just don't understand. Oh, where am I not? Oh, I don't think it. Am I not on? Oh, okay. Oh. All right. I guess I'm not going to show it. Yeah, I guess I'm not going to show it. And tomorrow, I said tomorrow night, they're going to do laser lights here. They're going to do laser lights here. And that should be rather funny. That should be rather funny tomorrow night. Oh, so. Wow. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see. Oh, let's try it. Man, because the world is full of it, y'all. It's not going to do it. Okay. All right, I'm listening to it on this end. I had some bullshit tonight. I'd have to reset it. And I don't really feel like resetting, so I guess no stories tonight. But how's the weather everywhere? Like, it was hot yesterday. It was up to 90. And man, just swimming in that pool, just like, I get the little old-fashioned little blow-up life raft, where you can lay on it. Because we got all kind of shit over there. You got like a little lounge chair, then there's a blow-up lounge chair. And I was just like out zoning, just hanging on, to just floating in the water. It's only 8 feet, but hanging on, floating. And you see how, like, I was looking at my daughter. My daughter came back from camp, and she's still not as golden as I am. But she had a week of camp and, 2 weeks of camp. My daughter did 2 weeks of camp. And so for her and our family, that was big for her to be away from home and, be joyful and have a good time at camp. So we were quite happy for her. And so, yeah, so today was her last day. We missed her terribly. When your child is 10 or 11 years old, 11, she'll be 12 in a few weeks. You kind of, her being gone that long is, It's a big deal. Somebody that you talk to every day, see her almost every day, every other day. So he didn't play a sports agent as well. It was called Taps. Yeah, he was called Taps. Yes, exactly, Jeffrey Lane. It was called Taps. Hey, there's my brother. Hey, I got to send you the pictures. They gave me a surprise birthday party today, so I got to send you the pictures. All the boys was there, and I'll send you the pictures. Yeah, he played the sport, Jerry Maguire. He also played Jerry Maguire. Show me the money. That spell, show me the money. Yeah, he showed me the money. That kind of spell. Which was a lot like Where's the Beef? Very similar to Where's the Beef, if you looked at it. Oh, that's strange. That is very strange. But yeah, how's the weather, everybody? Wednesday, I think I talked about that. Wednesday, really bad. Weather was just horrible, horrible, horrible bad. And yesterday, it wasn't so bad. And again, I'm saying yesterday, I'm talking about Thursday afternoon wasn't horribly bad. And again, Friday wasn't bad. Excuse me. Friday wasn't bad. And Saturday wasn't bad. And, I hope everybody enjoys, these days off. Those of you that have been off like since Friday and you don't go back until Wednesday, that's right on for you. And we're doing our 4th of July Monday because my brother-in-law has to work Monday, but he has Tuesday off. So, hey, he got the pool. So, I can dig what he was saying. So everybody gets to rest and stuff, which, I ain't against that. Let's see if I can get this to roll. Let's see. Hear any of that? Let's see. Yeah, it's still not coming through. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. I'll figure a way around that. I was just ahead of myself tonight and didn't set up everything. That's okay. That's okay. As I said, I went to bed early last night. Didn't stay up. Like you ain't gonna see me, and you ain't never no one's ever came on and saw me and just say, that guy comes on there and just gets fucked up. Now you might see me come on here and be really high, that's a fact. But to just say you see me on here and I just be, slumped and shit, and I'm not much of a liquor drinker, and you see me drink beer. Those of you, this channel's been 3 years, I think. Yeah, 20. So this channel's been up for 3 years, and so there's no reason for me to get slumped. I just don't like being that out of control. Did you see what I sent you on? They're saying it's benzene and formaldehyde in the smoke from Canada. First the East Coast, the Midwest, and then the West. Well, I would say also is plastics. Now, I was reading an article, getting ready for tonight, and one of the articles, what it stated was a lot of like pine trees, like tobacco. If you was to grow tobacco, you'd have to scorch the earth, because tobacco only grows in scorched earth. So you'd have to, because I got this from my great grandfather, or my great great grandfather. I got his account of how he grew tobacco in Michigan, because again, he was from his people. Our people are from like the Boston area, but more closer related come from North Carolina. So he was taught the tradition of tobacco and growing tobacco. And so he actually, so I say this is, some things only grow after the forest burns. So for new forest to come in, some forests have to burn. So this is a natural process. Now they're trying to tie it into climate change and all this, but this is natural process. The second part people don't understand is a lot of those fires are in such remote areas where it's just all they're doing is burning fire. This is, again, what the report said, is that these places, that the shit is so remote that there's no reason to put them out. It would cost too much, and they're so remote. So they only try to save. So this is what the report says. They only try to save places that's going to affect where people live. So according to them, a lot of the fires are just going to be let go because they just can't get to them, and the price of getting to them and trying to stop them would be too much. So if that makes sense or not, I don't know if that makes a lot of sense to me, but I guess it's like everything. Some of it rings true, some of it rings bullshit. Well, so, oh man, I'm gonna have to make a match of me doing pickleball. I got a way I can hit it like this backhand. Like if the ball's there and I can backhand it. And as I've said before about pickleball, I'm ambidextrous, and so this is my hold. This is how I hold the paddle. Every time I hold it like this. So when I want to go left-handed, do you see how, I hold it like this? And so naturally I'm holding it. If it's a right hand hit, I already holding it right hand, but if it's left hand, I can quickly switch. And so where some people, if it goes to their left hand, they got to go across their body. It's a lunge step across your body. Like watch when the pros play. It's a lunge step. But I can do the same thing by just opening it up. Now, like a right hand person, they want a forehand. But see, I can be on the right side and do a left hand forehand. So to me, it's an advantage. It's an advantage. And then there's a lot of plays where I can just play it like this too. I come in and just play it like this, especially because a lot of people try to hit it low. And so I walk in and I had my paddle down already. So, just some strategies, just some things. But so that's, and the about the fires, further than that, all the trash and shit, is getting burned up that's in them areas too. And I talked about this before, it should be illegal to ship plastic to countries that can't handle it and have no way of disposing of the plastics. I mean, one thing Michigan got right. Michigan said any kind of I'll say this, my earliest memories of hanging out in Chicago, and still I wasn't very old. I still wasn't very old, but I would just remember we would go see where my aunt lives, and I just remember broken bottles and shit. It was like that my two earliest opinions of Chicago is refinery, because you coming in through Calumet side of 94, you go until you get to that where the Lake Michigan Bridge is, over there, the refineries, but broken glass. It was like, to me, Chicago was the number one place in the world where my aunt lived. And again, I can't say what. I'd have to ask. And matter of fact, her and her husband are both passed. I don't even know who I'd ask where they lived back then, what part of town that was, because I honestly don't remember. I'm quantifying, but I really don't remember. It was that long ago. But I'll never forget just parking and walking to where she lived, and I don't remember, it was an apartment. It wasn't a house, so it was probably apartments. But I just remember seeing all the glass, and then they was like, I was with an older cousin. We were supposed to just be out, and I'm just looking everywhere, and all this broken glass everywhere, and I'm like, wow. Well, that was one of my Chicago memories, was like broken glass. And Michigan, when you got a dime back from bottles, shit. Like a motherfucker like me, I buy 3 or 4 6-packs. Hey, if I'm broke, I got that to turn in to get me a double deuce or a 40. And so you see, and they put a limit. Like some people was doing licks, and they was, there's a limit. People bringing, because all local beer is stamped. You'll see Michigan 10 cents. I think New York gets 5 cents. It's a couple places, but I think Michigan, is the highest. They pay a dime. So it is, I don't know why all the country doesn't do that. And as I've said before, here, what they do in this state, they freaking make you pay. So for me to turn in my bottles, I got to pay them to come get them. Now, make that make sense. Who would want to do that?
You're going to Shakopee on the 4th? No, that's kind of far away from me. I live in Burnsville, so Shakopee is like down there by Prior Lake. So it takes me 15 minutes to go to Prior Lake. It'd probably take me another 15 minutes to get to Shakopee from my house. What we're thinking is my brother's mother and I, she lives on the 5th floor where she lives, and it is in St. Louis Park, but it is facing east. And so all the places around there, you see it. You see it from her vantage point of her windows. So we might do that. I don't know. I don't want to get bitten shit either. So I don't know. I don't even know if we're going to go get fireworks or not. It is like I showed the other night. They talking about they're going to crack down. It's funny. I showed you guys the other night the new police commissioner, whatever the fuck they gave him. The feds put a guy in charge over the police department. And now he's talking about how this is what's contradictory. The other night I showed a video where the dude talked about how they're not going to let crime they're going to be hard on these little things. And then last night in Dinkytown, which is near the campus, again, young people shooting off fireworks. And if I said before, like we used to get these, it cost if you get fireworks from Wisconsin this time of year, it's buy one, get one free. Now, those of y'all know Phantom Fireworks is buy one, get one free. If you from Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, Phantom Fireworks. Phantom Fireworks is everywhere. We had a place where we used to get them in Indiana. Because people forget, like when you go to Michigan, the tip of Michigan, like the tip of Indiana, hits Michigan before you go to Illinois. So like Vince Sims, I'll go through Vince Sims before I get to Illinois, like Vincennes College, if you heard of Vincennes College. And so Phantom Fireworks is, all there. Like for people that know where Notre Dame is in South Bend, well, the Twin Cities is Niles and South Bend. There's literally two people, there's one couple, or this one family owns these two stores. One store is on the Indiana side, one store is on the Michigan side. The Indiana store sells fireworks. Notre Dame is in South Bend. South Bend is a fun town too. It's a college town. It's a fun town. But my grandmother before she passed and my aunt shared a house. But my aunt literally lives 20 minutes from Notre Dame. And I thought we were going there for Baton this year, but we're not going for Baton this year. So I'm not sure. We're not gonna have Nat, so I ain't going out on the 4th to see no shit. And then if it's cloudy or smoky, for more smoke to be released, I don't know how smart that is. I mean, smoky because even though it's clear up here and it didn't smell as bad, it's still. And people doing fireworks gonna make it even worse. So I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Yeah, they're burning plastics. They want to totally blanket the entire state zone by zone. And remember, this stuff is mixed with chemtrails and also going into the ground. That's a good point. Oh, Deron Battle. Thank you so much. And to be here, I know you got to be.
Got to have.
Woo. What was that? Push me forward.
Got to have vision.
Oh, and I forgot to even my brother coming in. Quiet red face. And I know he has.
Got to have vision.
For being here tonight with me. I'm sorry. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for the kind words, though, D-Rod. So anybody knows if you go to Phantom Fireworks, if you spend $5, you getting 5. I mean, I'd come out of there with literally 2 shopping carts full. So it's buy one, get one free. So we used to get these giant wheels of firecrackers. I mean, these things was like, I'm trying to think how big something like that was. It was bigger than this bag, way bigger. It was something like you got a round thing about this big. And so I'd get 2 or 3, get 4 of those, and 4 of those would cover the whole block. These strips was like $50 each, would cover, you put 4 of them together, it would go all the whole block. And you light it at the end of the block, and that motherfucker boop, 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 all down the block. Or maybe I would put in 4, and then the neighbors would put in 4. I don't remember. Maybe I'm wrong, but because trying to think. But yeah, because them strips, yeah. It would be like, okay, maybe it was 8. You know, I'm not trying to bullshit. Maybe it was 8, but the 8 went down the whole block. And there's these big ass rolls of just blackjacks. And you know, I like the spinners and shit. You light them little motherfuckers, boom, you know, blow up and shit. M80s, you can't, you know, M80s. They used to, when I was a child, they used to sell M80s that were actually blasting caps. It was like normally the time of year you couldn't get blasting caps, but in the 60s, you know, like dynamite won't do nothing. You know that, right? Dynamite won't do nothing. You got a stick of dynamite, it ain't gonna do shit. It ain't nitroglycerin where you drop it, it's gonna blow up. It's not concentrated like that. But dynamite, you gotta have a blasting cap. You know, the thing that has the wick, those is called blasting caps. And you stick that in, twist that in, and then you light the dynamite. So those used to be called M80s. So you could get the short versions. I mean, I've seen the long ones. You could get the long wick versions too, but the mechanisms was little M80s. And these motherfuckers would blow the shit out of stuff. I mean, this shit would, you get 4 or 5 of these, you could blow up some bottles and shit. And we used to throw that shit at each other. We used to, like, they were showing people like shooting Roman candles at people in the street. We used to do that shit in the dorms. We used to fucking shoot Roman candles at each other. I remember Frog had a bunch of Roman candles, and he just started shooting that shit at us, fucking with us. It was some girls in the room, I don't remember. We had though, now maybe it was the other way around. We had the Roman candles. Frog had them goddamn things that would blow up, them whistlers. But them whistlers would blow up at your feet and shit. And they would literally blow, like, they wouldn't blow your foot off or nothing, but I mean, literally they'd blow like you could feel that shit. And so we were shooting Roman candles down the hall at his ass, so keeping his ass where he couldn't run down the hall, but he had them things he keep throwing at him. Boom, and they blast at your feet and kind of sting you and shit. So they called the fire department on us, and we was all out shooting that shit at each other. Like, oh, what? You got talking shit? Boom. I almost hit his ass. And Frog was like 6'8", 275. He was talking shit in the hallway like, yeah, okay, motherfucker, I got you. I lit that shit, started shooting at his ass, and I was missing him. And then he started throwing them whistlers at me. He had some other shit, too. He had some black cats and shit. But we was like literally had the whole hallway just full of smoke, shooting that shit at him. Hiding behind the doorways and had a Roman candle like this. Boom, 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 shooting at that shit at him. But the stupidest shit I ever did, well, I did a couple stupid things with fireworks. One was I held a bottle rocket. This must have been, let me see, Keelan was born in 2001. So this was the 4th of July in 2001. Keelan was born, Keelan wasn't even born yet. She was still pregnant with Keelan. So my best friend and I stayed up all night smoking weed, but we stayed up really cooking. We stayed really up all night just cooking. We cooked all night and we was just getting drunk and shit. And so the next day, we blew up a lot of shit that night. So me and him was in the backyard. His sons had bought a bunch of shit, so they blew all their shit up. So I had some bottle rockets left, and I held one, and that shit burned all the hair off my arm. I mean, that shit burnt the shit out of it. Burned all the hair off my arm. And my partner was like, nigga, don't do that shit again. Don't do that again. But in 2015, I was lighting up mortars. I love mortars. I was lighting up mortars with my neighbors, the Hmong, and they had some more. So it was fine. So the next night I said, well, I want to be more in my backyard. That was a big mistake because, again, when you have a mortar, it needs pressure from what's under it to shoot it up. So I was just trying to put it on rocks, and the rocks wasn't enough. So I had one that was supposed to it shot 3 balls. It shot one ball this way, it shot 2 different color balls. So when it would shoot the mortars up, it would shoot 2 different mortar balls up. So it'd go boo, boo.
Man, I did that shit and it didn't work right. And I literally saw the explosion about 10 feet from me. And that was when two football players, the Giant, whatever the Giants player was, blew his fingers off. That was then. And it was like I was 10 feet when that shit went off. So I made a strategic mistake with ammunition. Oh, it's crazy. Fireworks being used as a weapon. Yeah. Hey, B Brown. I know I said, what's up with you? And I know you got to have vision. Thank you for joining, B Brown. I appreciate it. Yeah, it is. Well, it's always, it's always been that possibility. I mean, people like I was talking about M80s. A common thing was to take an M80 and blow up somebody's mailbox. And I'm talking about them old-fashioned mailboxes, not the plastic ones. I'm talking M80 would blow up a metal mailbox. I know right now we don't see a lot of metal mailbox like we used to, but that used to be the thing, is go to people's mailboxes and put an M80 in it, throw it down and light it and throw it in there and drive off, and it'll blow that motherfucker up. A metal one. M80s used to be that strong. And you always heard about children hurting themselves because, again, these are mini blasting caps. These are mini blasting caps. And again, you just stick it in there and then you twine it together to put the longer wick on it, because it comes like this. It's a little piece of dynamite about that big, and then it comes with a little small wick, and then you can twist the wick on it to make it longer to give you, or you can take it to the machine. Remember the old one where you push the plunger down? You can do it either way. But that used to be a common thing in the 60s, is to blow up mailboxes. People didn't have shit to do but to blow up mailboxes. Isn't that crazy? So, I don't know, y'all. Yeah, I remember that. Doing that shit was fun. Yeah, blow up people's mailbox was fun as shit. Go to like every other street, blow one up on three, like blow one up on this street, then drive to the next street, blow one up on the next street. Oh, now I don't know if Nick Taylor was old enough. I talked about this before. I don't really know if Nick Taylor was old enough, because by the time he was older, they probably had toned it down. And I talked about this before. 74, no, let me get this right, when I was in junior high. So that would have been 74, 75, 76. Detroit was the funnest place in the world to go on Halloween. And I had family in Detroit, and literally it was okay to burn down shit. Like if there was one house I remember in particular, this young girl had got raped in the house. That was the first house to go. It was like everybody was just like where that house was, and they burned that house down. And I had a hand in burning that house down, because we just throwing shit up in there. Molotov cocktails and shit. Motherfucker have a wagon. I mean, it was literally like this. Motherfucker would have a wagon full of Molotov cocktails. And if it was an abandoned car, it was called Devil's Night. And it was literally burning abandoned houses and burning abandoned cars. So people literally had to come out and be armed to save their properties. Or the hustlers would put marks on their houses so people knew it was the hustler's house. Now don't burn their houses down. And this didn't go away. And I had moved back to Michigan I moved back to Michigan in '85, and they were still doing that shit. So I don't think it was until the 90s. So maybe Nick does remember that. And I don't know if he ever took part of it. My senior year was probably the craziest. I mean, it was just blazes everywhere. And it was like, one thing, they can't stop all the fires. They can't. I've witnessed this firsthand. They cannot stop fires. And it was open burn shit night. It was like almost like it was the way to cleanse the city. And literally, if it was an abandoned car, it got caught on fire. And as I mentioned, where that girl got raped, that was the first house. I remember one year. I don't think that was my senior year, but I remember one year, that was the first house that went. It's like, we burning this motherfucker down. If this shit wasn't here, that little girl wouldn't have got hurt. And that shit. Again, it's funny seeing niggas, walking down the street with these wagons of Molotov cocktails, fireworks, Roman candles. I mean, it was like open season of burning down abandoned houses and abandoned cars. So Nick might have been, he might have not fucked around like that. But he's probably old enough to remember that. Devil's Night. Halloween in Detroit was called Devil's Night. So it's some hillbilly shit. Looks like some hillbilly shit. I got a jug. And, you know, like to get these growlers, I was getting on my girl because, you know, from this thing, this is only, okay, this is my second glass. It's probably only 2 more glasses. So this is equivalent to 4 beers. But this is like, when you get tap beer, it goes flat pretty quick. So if I don't drink it all when I'm broadcasting, it's probably not going to be used. So, yeah. So yeah, that you know, I'm not saying that they cut down on that kind of thing, but like sadly, you know, if you look at the neighborhoods now, you know, they just a lot of it just the neighborhoods are nothing anymore. It's somebody had a channel where he was going to like the roughest neighborhoods in the country, and he would go to Detroit and he'd just show like just block after block of just nothing. You might see one house here, an old building, but it was just amazing like what Detroit has turned into. And you know, people don't realize like 2 of the most beautiful cities I remember as being a child. I mentioned, you know, Chicago and broken glass. Detroit wasn't dirty like that. I never thought. And Detroit was as a younger person, it was really at one time a really beautiful city when the car industry was going full tilt. It was really one of the most beautiful cities you could go to. And the other one was Flint. Flint, I had a cousin that was a cop down there. Well, he was a state trooper, but he was a trooper down whatever the fuck county Flint was. So we used to go down to Flint when Flint was, you know, the GM was kicking. Flint was a really big city, really beautiful city down there. And you look at them now, you know, Detroit was like, what was it? LA, New York, Chicago. No, yeah, LA, New York, Chicago. And, you know, for a long time, Chicago was bigger than LA. So Chicago was called Second City. Still, you know, Second City was considered Chicago. But Detroit was like the 4th or 5th biggest city at one time. And, you know, since the car industry collapsed, it collapsed. That's what the night was in the Crow movie, Devil Night. They would set the whole city on fire. Nick Johnson is the channel's name. Very insightful. Okay, Anthony G. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, that's what we used to do in Michigan. And it was a good time to be a teenager then. And then with my brother, again, he's a little younger, and so he probably didn't hang out then. And again, you know, as the years went by, they kind of, you know, more and more people would arm themselves to protect their property because, you know, and as I mentioned, you know, the dope dealers, you know, the trap houses, they would put their markings on it so people knew, you know, whose house this was. And it's funny, none of the you've never seen that on television, you know, other than if you catch old newsreels. But this was a real phenomenon in Detroit that they did for years. So, but Nick Johnson, okay, yeah. But that was just, you know, fun growing up then. And it's interesting, you know, now we're in a week into the summer because remember, summer doesn't start until the 21st, but psychologically, we think summer starts when school gets out. And we think summer ends when school starts. But when in fact, we are only a week into summer. Summer starts the 21st. So we're only 10, 11 days into summer. But mentally, you know, everybody thinks of June as summer, when June is actually half of June. The majority of June is in the spring. But because we correlate it with getting out of school, we think of June as the summer. But most of June is actually in the spring. The summer is June, the end of June, July, August, and most of September. Most of September. And I always thought, well, you know, you look at the physical year. Like the physical year, you know, for most businesses, and I know for the government, the physical year started today. Like all the new laws, technically the weed laws legalization started today. It's like people can sell it openly to people now, and you can have up to 2 pounds. But commercially, it's not, everything's not going to be not up and going until technically the 1st of August. But right now, and what's interesting, this is the part that they snuck in there. They're taxing 10% on the Delta 8 products. Because right now the Delta 8 products wasn't being taxed under the weed. But now 10%. So like these gummies I eat, they're going up 10%. They're already like $40 for 35 gummies, or a little over a dollar a gummy. But they're going up because of this new tax. So it's like they give you one thing, but then they hit you with another thing. And already, they've already allowed the drinks to come. So, but to me, I don't want to get 50 milligrams of THC when I got to get all this sugar. When, I can take my little gummies, it's only 1 gram of sugar. So I ain't got to drink this whole big drink to get 50 milligrams. But they do have THC infused beer and wine and seltzer. But what do they say is, people get high and then people don't care. But I say people get high and people become more deep thinkers. And we're able to see the fake more because we're able to concentrate a little better in some aspects. I am a pretty hyper kind of guy. And this kind of balances me from being so hyper. I know my father has ADHD or whatever that shit is. And 2 of my children, I think even my oldest has it. So this kind of gives me balance. And those of you that hoop, hooping and smoking weed go together. There's a rhythm that you can pick up when you're high and just balling hard. I've told this story. This must have been from summer of '79, just graduating. And Saint came back with that fire gold bud and just hooping and, just being in rhythm. I don't know. It just goes together. This is what I forgot to mention. The collective bargaining agreement for the NBA says that they can smoke weed. It is off the banned substance for the NBA. Now remember, the NBA was the last one to ban weed. Their ban on weed is only about 5 years old. So they let weed go because they knew there was no way to get weed out of basketball players. It is just they go hand in hand. And so the new collective bargaining agreement for the NBA, not only can they smoke weed again because it's not a banned substance, you can invest in it. Now, I don't think they can do direct commercials for it, but you can invest in it. And so that's a big step because remember, Al Harrington's been like saying, and like watching Ricky Williams, I watched the old Ricky Williams because my girl hadn't watched it before. He said, hey, I'm a little off balance and I smoke weed. I feel more on balance. And a lot of players talk about the pain. And that's why really, if you look at the history of weed and why it was banned, it was banned because of Rockefeller and Rockefeller's people of wanting to dominate the pharmaceutical. You can go back to read some things where it says that colored folks smoke weed and think they're good as Europeans. But they said the same thing for cocaine, if y'all remember that. They said the exact same thing for cocaine. You smoke cocaine, they do cocaine and they think they're just as good as us. And they desire white women. They desire Europeans. And so, they to put weed and cocaine as dangerous as cocaine and heroin, again, they were going after an industry that competed with the pharmaceutical companies. And that's why they banned it. But you got to do what works for you. And whatever works for you, find out what works for you. I just know, one time I was taking 15, 16 pills and smoking weed, when all I really just had to do is get in shape. And so, as you see, I'm active. I'm very active. It's like looking at my steps is crazy. and like with the watch, you can like they got pickleball now, so you can measure how much pickleball you play. Do you know? I got my heart rate when I played pickleball on last day I played was Thursday. I got my heart rate up to 174 beats per minute while I was playing pickleball. And so that's what you want. You want that heart to make everything push out. Helps get rid of, keeps your arteries and keeps everything going. You're breathing. Now again, Wednesday was fucked up because that fucked up air was there, and I could only take six games. So I only probably worked out about an hour and a half or so. And it's funny, I go out to the Mall of America, and every time I'm out there, I try to get a bunch of walking in because it's great for walking. I mean, you click in the walking, and you can get a lot of walking in. But it's funny seeing they have real police officers at the Mall of America, and they still have a security force. And somebody was stealing from some store, and so it was interesting seeing this one security guard he was about 5'8", but he had to be 310. It's like, wow. Like how effective is he with his he had a a stun gun, or not a stun gun, he had a taser. He didn't have a pistol, but he had a taser. And I'm like, who is this? I hope he ain't gotta chase anybody. But it's interesting. He had now tell me this makes sense. You wear the bulletproof vest, but you ain't got a gun. Make that make sense. He has a bulletproof vest though, but he doesn't have a gun. But it is the police precinct in the Mall of America, the Bloomington Police Department. But I'm surprised they still don't metal detect, which, it's a store, and why should you? But tomorrow I'll try to find that footage, because it's the footage of one shooting. And remember, like a couple of years ago, they had a guy that picked up a little boy and threw a little boy off the second floor. The little boy lived. He didn't paralyze him, but he was hurt for a minute. But a dude just picked up a child and threw him. And I mean, this is quite a drop. He didn't throw him from the third floor, but he threw him from the second floor. So it's still quite a drop. But, the Mall of America is basically a city. It is a city of stores. And again, you can go in there and you can get a massage. You can eat. There's hotels there, so if you get you a room, you can get lucky because there's plenty of bars up in there. So if you have a hotel in there, you might be all the way live. There's 2 hotels out there, and if you stay near it, they got shuttles that'll take you back and forth for free. If you stay in one of the little towns near it, so. If you ever come, and you can go to Long John Silver's. Long John Silver's. They have onion rings, hush puppies, cod and shrimp. And I remember going to the Long John Silver's in the early 70s. My father used to have a thing where he would take us every Friday. The family would go out to eat. We'd go out to eat Ponderosa. I know y'all remember the Ponderosa and shit. We're going to, and it'd be a line on Friday night. It'd be a line out the door for the Ponderosa. You sitting in like picnic tables and shit. I don't know if my brother remembers that. It'd be like the Ponderosa had picnic tables in there. I mean, it's big steady wood, but it's still picnic tables. If y'all remember that. But Long John Silver's was also a place that we lived near that had good food. So, just some things I used to enjoy, y'all. So today was a glorious day. And going into, the 4th it's a tough holiday for us. I mean, if we really, as conscious people, as the conscious melanated people of America, we really got to look at what does this holiday really mean to us? like if you look at Frederick Douglass's letter, and he talks about the Fourth, and he's kind of on point. I mean, it's and when we get into slavery, slavery is not what everyone was saying it was. I mean, it's hard for and I don't even want to call them Pan Africans, but it's hard for people to understand really what slavery was. Like sharecropping existed before slavery. And that's hard for people to understand that it existed before slavery. Because, people think that all these Europeans was so rich. And again, you get the book 400 Years of Class Distinction or Poor White Trash. It shows this, that you had European sharecroppers that couldn't afford slaves, and you had melanated sharecroppers that worked certain parts of the land. And that's why the African thing doesn't make a lot of sense, because they knew nothing about this land. Now, I've read some things that wasn't the last slave. They in Africa, they grew coconuts over there, so they knew how to bring back and grow coconuts in America. They only grow coconuts in Hawaii, I think. But it just makes no sense that you would bring people over that know nothing about the land. But yet, you're going to rely on them to grow. They had a Ponderosa. Like people forget that Roy Rogers was the first place to make bacon cheeseburgers. Was Roy Rogers. It made bacon cheeseburgers. Let me try this right quick. Let me switch up. Yeah. Let's go to this. All right. There we go. There we go. All right. And so people forget that. People forget that kind of thing. One more thing. Let me do this. All right. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, people forget that kind of thing. Maybe now. Let's see. What? Turn that off. Oh, this thing's on there. Oh, okay. I like that. I like that. Wow. Let's see. Let's see about this here. Pretty sure. Let's see if I can get this to go. Nope. Nope. I'd have to reset my system. Okay, I don't really feel like doing all that. All right. My bad. I'll save it for another day. It ain't that important. It ain't that important. Bring this back over. What'd he say? Just me. Remember Smith? Me. Remember that Smith? Me, more me. But yeah, Roy Rogers was the first place, and Roy Rogers was on the East Coast, D.C., Maryland area, Baltimore. That was some of the first Roy Rogers that I went to. But they was the first to have the bacon cheeseburgers that I knew of. I mean, maybe y'all knew a place before them, but Roy Rogers was the first time I ever had a bacon cheeseburger. So, Kenneth, the Kentucky family, thank you for joining. And to be up with me this late night, I know you got to have vision. So I thank you for coming and joining. Thank you for coming and joining. There we go. I appreciate it. Well, thank you. That is very kind, and I appreciate it. Now, I've said this before. One goal that I have is I'm going to try to get my degree in psychology. Um, I can take $10 an hour at the U, and just happens to be my best friend. He's the chairman over that department. And so I know I have to take probably African studies or African American studies because I didn't take a foreign language. So I know to get a degree with them. But it is a lot of brothers don't do this kind of thing, and I have enough undergraduate. I took a lot of psychology classes when I went to A&T, and so I have altogether like 101 credit hours. So I'm not sure how many will trans, transfer into getting this degree. But also, what they give you is they give you so much credit for life experience. And so I'm gonna be sitting at the U, wearing my Matthew Henson fur this winter, walking around there, round co-eds, and I'm going to be, I guess, a co-ed, and so and try to do a little, counseling and stuff, and so just gives me something to do, some goal to have, and just to show you can, you're never too young. I only have a associate's degree in criminal justice, and I imagine I could get a criminal justice degree, but again, at my age, what could I really do? But I could be like that TV show, be the rookie, and go back on the street and be like, I could kick a little ass. I still feel that I could, kick a little ass out there. I'm never scared. I'm like, I am never scared. So nothing about that ever scared me. Richard Pryor, I'm like this. I would be with a criminal and he talk that shit, and he like, well, if you didn't have that gun, I'd kick your ass. I'd take my gun out and put it on the hood. I'm like, well, let's see what you're gonna do. Then my partner would tell him, don't do it because he's got another gun. So there you go. But I never had fear in that. That was never fearful for me. I never was scared. And now, being a fireman did scare me because I've said this before. I had a cousin, and I was trying to tell I talked about this story earlier. My cousin wasn't no little dude. This nigga he played, they won the NAIA championship at Chicago State in '78. And this nigga was 6'5". And he wasn't no big guy, but he was like 6'5", probably 220, 230. So, he was a fireman, and he was fighting the fire, and the floor actually collapsed on him. And he didn't walk for a couple years. Now he's back. It's funny. I think mentally it did something to him too, because he texts me every now and then. It'd be like the weirdest shit. I had to unfriend him on Facebook, but so I think it did something to him. But he had a whole floor fall on him, so I didn't like the odds of that. I know in Kalamazoo, Michigan, they cross trained. They made you be a policeman and a fireman. And I guess for the bread, I'd have did it, but I felt more uneasy. I thought I had a greater chance being a cop than or not being afraid. I wasn't afraid. There was nothing about being a cop that I was fearful of. Nothing about it I was being fearful of. I've been on some raids and shit. None of that shit scared me. But fighting a fire after seeing Ralph, that did kind of make me leery of it. So I just really wasn't in my heart to be cross-trained. Because, see, I carried 3 guns. I carried a .226 on my hip, and I had a .40 right here. The first generation Glock. I think it was the Glock 23. The first generation of the .40, though. So maybe it was still a 19. I don't remember. But I had it, like, I would keep this button open in my vest. So it was easier to me to get to that gun than to get on this gun. And then I had a 2-shot Derringer, and I told you my stories. I've had some Derringers that wasn't worth a fuck. The first Derringer I got, literally I could stand this close to something, and it missed. Like I was this far from a telephone pole, and I shot the first bullet, it went that way, missed the pole. I'm like literally this far from it. Shot the second bullet, it went that way. So, but I carried a .357 that went straight into something. So I carried 3 guns and had a gun in the car. So I was never scared. And it's funny, a guy after I graduated academy, one of my partners was a cop in Battle Creek, and he said the first thing you got to get used to is carrying a gun. And I was like, oh, okay, when you're off duty. And I'm just laughing. You know, I've carried a gun. I started carrying a gun when I lived in Greensboro, like 2021. And down there, the gun laws is you can just, I carried a gun bag. I've said this many times. I just carried a gun bag. I think it's a Model J 357 with the like pearl handles on it and shit. And I used to just carry it in the gun bag and, walk around. So that was no problem. If that was like something to get used to, I was already used to it. That was not a big deal for me. So, but I hope, everybody's relaxing. I hope it's just a time where people can relax. I know PJ Allen, I think he was showing he's up in Vegas. So if you ever see this, shout out to PJ Allen. Hope you and your families have an outstanding time in Vegas. And, if you travel, just be safe when you travel. That's all. You go to these new environments, you got to pay attention. Just because you're a traveler, that doesn't mean you don't, pay attention to your surroundings. It's like you drive by a store and something, gives you a bad feeling, go to the next one. Don't go to that one. And I think that's what people don't understand. If you got a bad feeling, you can just move away. And like where I live, I saw something yesterday. And I said something to my girl, and she said the same thing. She was like, I was like, the way the lady moved, she would have been a perfect candidate to get robbed. Because then she was moving really slow, handicapped. And this is, what predators prey on. And I said that, and my girl was like, she's like, I thought the same thing. And so it makes you wonder. And it's like where we live, glad nothing happened to her. Where we live, glad nothing happened to her. But it just made me, think that there's places where people like that can't even really move around without something happening to them or somebody trying them. And it's sad that old people get preyed on like that. So, but it's good, where I live, people ain't got to worry about that for the most part. That's the other good thing, that people ain't got to worry about that. Not like those people that came up here from Texas and got their Suburban, their 2008 or 9 Suburban stolen. I've been looking for them too. I wanted y'all to know that I've been looking for the people who own the Suburban. So if I see them, I'm just gonna laugh. Like, you some dumbass people got your shit stolen from the Mall of America. Like, damn. And where's the security to stop them? So. But it's like good that people can have this time off and don't feel, to get to, and the thing that we have to understand is, the solstice came in, and why they do all these holidays is they need our energy to believe in this next holiday that's coming, the 4th. Because for us as conquered people, prisoners of war, conquered people, because, the melanated people in America are conquered people. And as I've gave the metaphor before, we're the only people that are conquered that we celebrate while they bomb us. We literally celebrate while they bomb us. We wear red, white, and blue and play the music and shit, and we're in the middle while they bomb us. And we actually are grilling and partying and dancing and shit. Like, think of the Boondocks R. Kelly, where everybody's dancing in court. We're all dressed up in red, white, and blue while they bomb us. And they laugh at us while they bomb us. They're like, not only, think of the mentality. Think of the mentality. We celebrate our conquering. That is how brainwashed we are, is we actually celebrate our conquerors. Because we got a day off, blowing shit up. Blowing shit up is very militaristic. I mean, you can't look at it any other way. It's very militaristic. You think fireworks is just to see pretty colors in the sky? No, it symbolizes being conquered. And we can't really think that the British and us are separate, because we're not. They tell you the lie, they went into Canada. No, they didn't. They made an agreement. You can have Canada, you can have these islands. Because think about it. Why would you let them stay in the islands when they had the ability to stop them from being in the islands? I mean, why wouldn't they go to why didn't they fight in Canada until they got all the British out? If they were really that interested in getting rid of the British, why did they allow that? They tell you that the British fought like hell. You know, the people in Canada wanted to stay under Britain's control. That's not believable. They made agreements. We still pay taxes to the king, the new king. Why do you think they showed so much? We still pay them money. We still give them money. Our tax-paying money still goes to the monarch. So it's a lie that we're separate from them, and we're really not. I mean, what happened during World War II? They needed our help from being conquered from them Germans, who we are also working with. Germany goes from this country that you got to have a whole barrel full of money to buy some bread to all of a sudden they building highways and shit. They're building Autobahn. They're able to build all these guns, all these tanks, all these airplanes. Where'd the money come from? And the money came from the same people that helped the production in the United States. Because the United States did exactly what Hitler did. They nationalized all the companies. They nationalized General Motors. They nationalized Chrysler. They nationalized Ford. So what's the difference between what Hitler did and what America did? America made all their productions because remember, auto suppliers, all of a sudden, all the auto suppliers also had to make military things. Because remember, the monopoly, one company can't just make everything. So when they made General Motors switch over, they had to start switching these auto suppliers over. So what's the difference between what Hitler did and what America did? And I've talked many times, Cleveland, Detroit, Pittsburgh. Cleveland, Detroit, and Pittsburgh is what won the war. Gary, I throw Gary in there too. The Midwest is what won the war logistically. Well, I don't know if logistics is the right word, but material-wise, we outproduced. The Midwest is the number one producer during World War II. And it was a lot of melanated people, a lot of common folks that just worked. Common people. And the Midwest won the war. And what did they do 20 years later? They took all the jobs out of the Midwest and supplied it with crack. The government took all these jobs away and made sure crack and heroin first. I mean, hell, heroin never really, heroin has been around in America and casually used and addicts for longer than cocaine. Cocaine wasn't popular. Cocaine was looked at as the rich man's drug. And crack made it everybody could afford it. Because crack is not freebase. It's a different process. It's the same drug, but you gotta, to smoke freebase, you gotta have something like that. Crack, you have something like that. You gotta melt it down. I mean, seriously have on freebase. You gotta have something like that. I use this for wax, so no, I don't have any freebase. But you know what they say about cocaine? Don't mention it unless you got some. But I don't have any. I'm just bullshitting. So, we see a betrayal of America. And it wasn't just melanated people that was hurt. It was all society, all working class that lost these jobs. And, the Midwest has suffered. And the Midwest still hasn't really recovered. Michigan definitely hasn't recovered on something that definitely could have been stopped. Heavily taxed if you leave. And again, when they made the states do term limits because the feds got tired of dealing with powerful people in the states because the states did the same thing that what our Senate does. People was strong in these states, 20, 30 years in the Congress or the Senate in the states. So they were a lot stronger. And so what you had is the federal government wanted to weaken the state control. making it, propaganda about term limits. But the Senate ain't got term limits. Hell, you got a lady damn near dead in the Senate, and then you got a man that had a stroke. And you telling me all the pressure and stress of a campaign, and the man just had a stroke, and people just still wanted to get him in? That's not believable. And you can say what you want to say about the votes not being rigged. There's no way that any common person would look at him and think he's a good choice. And again, they want to always hit you with the good and evil. We pick one or the other, the good and the evil. Dilly dilly OG. I'm a code. General Peace. Thank you for joining. And as always, you got to have vision. Oh, there's PJ Allen. I know my man he's traveling. And I know you're always in control of
My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? What?
And I know you got
to have vision.
But thank you, PJ, and thank you, General Peace. Thank you. Is everything? Yeah. Everything should be. Yeah, okay. So you see how these places were decimated on purpose. And if you're going to decimate an area, I mean, what it's so underhanded to replace it with drugs that you're bringing in, and then you prosecute the people because this is all the only opportunity you left. Now, this affirmative action thing, again, why you shouldn't be alarmed about affirmative action, it's been exposed that college is a scam. It's been exposed that college is a scam. And so now it's exposed that college is a scam. You don't really need college to have these jobs. You have to get the skills. And all my keep it techie and all my all the tech people out there, they are already telling you, you can get these certifications in tech and you don't have to go to college and get all this debt. Because it was a scam against the American people. The colleges, the businesses, and our government colluded into making you get into this debt. When they knew, again, they took, when I went to high school, you could learn you could learn to put electrician. You could start getting your electrician apprenticeship. You could get some mechanic certifications, home building, window installing. This was all done in high school. And systematically across the nation, you saw them get rid of it systematically. And so, the government was against us. So now we don't care that there's no affirmative action because, people should not just think you got to go to college, because we're going to have a couple generations. People are going to be smart and say, we can just, start training people to do these certifications. Now, the beautiful thing is, like most states, like this state just said, we're giving you free 2 years. Because what's going on in this state right now is people are taking college classes in high school. And this is free. This is free. You can start taking college classes in high school now. And when my daughter graduates from high school, she'll have her 2-year college degree. And so her 4th year in college, she'll actually be working on her master's. My middle oldest daughter, she's in a program where she's just going straight to get her doctorate. She doesn't even have to stop to get her master's. She can just get in a program that's going to take her straight to her doctorate. She'll get her bachelor's, but I don't think they'll even have to give out her master's. I think she'll go from bachelor to straight to her doctorate. So now it doesn't really matter. When college is a scam, what does it matter if they so many schools only let so many people in? You can be a lawyer. If you really want to be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer. It doesn't really matter that you got to go to Harvard or Yale. There's other law schools. You can spend less money because a lawyer is a lawyer. So, RFK Jr. is another scammer too. There's no reason The Kennedy Center needs millions every year. They mostly say repairs, and he wants to sign a bill to take the guns. Oh, of course. With AR here, college is a joke. It was exposed during COVID to be a scam. I agree, it was. It's totally unnecessary. AI is about to shut all that shit. Look, it ain't AI. It's what is, and I'm the only one that calls it by its right name. It's the my. It ain't AI. It's the my. It's the same thing it's always been. So don't give it a new name. It is the my. It is the tech god that's it worked with Yadaboth. I think Yadaboeth some kind of way discovered the my, and Yadaboeth and Lucifer is the one that got the keys. So that's the fall. Lucifer broke from Yadaboeth and broke from the my. And that's where you get the keys. And that's where the fall comes from. Because if you read any extension work, Yadaboeth had to steal the my. That's what extensions work basically tells you. They call it the civilization builder. I was going to get one of the books back there. I got to get it one night because it gives a definition of it. It just says a small nanites, nano computers. That's what it says. But again, this is the same thing. And the American gods exposes the tech god. It exposes the my, how the my is so patient that the my at first had to give you the telegraph. It gave you the telephone. It gave you the radio. Gave you silent movies, gave you talking movies, gave you color movies. People forget that the first TV program was the 1936 Olympics with Jesse Owens. People forget that. Research it. The first television program was the 1936 Olympics. TV's been around that long. The first TV tubes was something like this big. But that was the first TV broadcast, was the 1936 Olympics. People had TVs in the 40s before World War II. But the technology didn't explode until after World War II. Where everybody had TVs. And so the tech god has to move in the way that people will understand it. So the my wants you to think it's AI, but it's still the my. You ain't taught shit to the mind. That's the lie they try to tell you. They try to tell you that they've taught this machine, and this machine, we've taught the machine so well, and the machine is ready to take over. No, that is not right. This shit has always wanted to take over, and this shit is taking over. It is given the being that runs this projection the power it has, especially, and again, it's not technology, it's a type of magic. It's a type of magic. It is not technology, it is magic. Now, I can't break down the type of magic or where the magic comes from, but it is magic. It is not, they call it technology, but what we're seeing as technology is just magic. That's all it is. It is these beings able to create this type of magic. And so it wants the other names. It don't want you to know its name because that's the Rumpelstiltskin. When you know its name, it does not have power over you. That's the Rumpelstiltskin. It doesn't know its name. It doesn't know your name. It doesn't have power over you. So, HBCUs. I skipped over. They're alternative. I know others wanna trash, but let's look at it for what it is. When they gave you a college degree and you've got a doctorate from North Carolina A&T and you go somewhere else, they ain't looking at you side-eyed. If you got a degree in something and you've got the skill and experience, just because you got an HBCU degree, it's no different. Now, my only thing is you want to go to A&T. A&T is the best black college. It's better than Howard. Now, no, we don't have a law school, but goddamn, we don't put out them nurses and we don't put out top engineers. So if you think the only one to go to is A&T. No, all of them have I mean, AT doesn't have the problems that Jackson State had with the water and all that and the infrastructure. A&T is more sound. Again, it was a college that I went to that had something like, when I went there was 5,000 students. It's close to 15 to 20,000 students now. So, you know, the old thing of saying if you got two people with degrees and because his say Howard and yours say A&T, he got a better chance. That's not entirely true. That's not true at all. They ain't looking. That's an old 1980s argument. That's what niggas argue with the 80s. But that's an old argument that is not relevant today. You got a goddamn engineering master's from A&T and you see an engineer from wherever the fuck, you got a greater chance of getting in because you came from an engineering school. So to say that your college degree at a black college is worth less, I mean, that's stupid as fuck talk. That's naive. Naivete, is that how they say it? But that's naive talk. That's because you ain't experienced it and you don't know what kind of degrees people get. You just hearing just some shit you heard from somebody else and you just repeating it. Instead of you doing the research or even lived it. I lived it and I know niggas that niggas got jobs coming from A&T and it wasn't no, well, you know, you went to A&T and you know, even though you got a degree, your degree's not looked at as good. So that's why you didn't get the job. That is naive thinking. Especially if you got fucking experience. If you got experience too, to say you went to a black college, and that's what niggas said in the 70s and the 80s. And people that regurgitated that, this is when they first heard it. Because I heard a nigga say this a couple months ago. I'm like, nigga, you heard somebody say that when you was in high school. I ain't gonna say his name, but motherfucker know who I'm talking about. So that's a weak argument, and that's an argument that's been irrelevant for 30 years. That was a 70 argument. That ain't the argument today. That ain't been the argument again. My ex-wife, when she got her degree at A&T and then she got her master's at Western Michigan University, she retired, I think, 10 years ago. 10 years ago, she topped out at 80, and maybe longer than that, she retired. So when she went to the Battle Creek, city of Battle Creek, with a degree from A&T, they didn't look at her and say, well, you know, your teaching degree at A&T is at A&T, and it's not good as this teaching degree at Western Michigan. Hell no. She sub 1 year. Within 2 years, she had tenure. And then she went back to Western Michigan and got her master's. So wasn't nobody looking at her and saying, well, you know, we only hire people from these European colleges. And no, it don't work like that. That's an old argument that's been gone. And again, if you heard that, you heard it because you didn't experience it. You only heard people say that, so you regurgitating what you heard. I ain't gonna say no names. But the nigga that said that shit, if you ever hear this and your friends hear this, because your friends had you had a whole debate about this shit. You and your two friends had a whole debate, and you let one nigga say that black college degree ain't as good. Come on now. That's some shit they talked in the 70s. That's been not the case. Nobody looks at that shit like that. Get me worked up. So, now I want to say, like, listening to the radio, people don't understand how imagination works. And listening to the radio really builded up your imagination. That's why when they did the War of the World, people thought the invasion was real. Because, again, what they did is they did a psyop on people's imagination. Because people could really use their imagination hearing, because it's storytelling. Other than if you wasn't listening to, you know, like we watch TV shows, it was TV shows on the radio or radio broadcasts. There were soap operas. That's where the soap operas come from. The soap operas come from radio. So they had whole shows that you could tune into, and you ain't doing it but hearing them, you know, narrate. And that helps your imagination. I mean, look at some of the old clips of the family around the radio. It helps your imagination. Now, again, it was easy to push propaganda because, you know, you're only hearing one side of the story. But far as hearing these shows and using your imagination, that's what comic books did in the 60s. That's why, you know, now my age and the people just slightly younger than me that's in making movies, this is what they grew up looking at. these cartoons, you know, these comic books, which spurned your imagination. The artwork, the words, it helped your imagination. Because if you read these comic books, you would sit down and break down how all this stuff kind of worked. So it expanded your imagination. It encouraged people to read. I mean, like now, I know I ain't the only one. My son, my daughter be in the car, they be like this. When my girl and I ride, unless a motherfucker call me, unless we're looking something up or navigation or something, I'm not even looking at my phone. I'm talking to her, or I'm talking to the children. I don't sit there and, be like riding and shit, or going to a restaurant. I don't be in the restaurant like this. And that's what I loved about our party tonight. The phones was only to take pictures. And my pictures are all in the light, so all the pictures are kind of fucked up. I don't know, maybe I got a short little video. So yeah, radio was cool because it helped imagination. But, well, I'm going to take a quick break. So please give me 5. And I got to pee. So give me a second and I'll return in about 2 minutes. So give me 2. Oh, whoops. All right, I'm back. What did I want to say? Oh, let me tell y'all another damn reality breakdown. This is a motherfucking. Let me turn. Okay, this is a reality breakdown like a motherfucker, and this is for the giver. This is again God up in Pennsylvania. But how is it that every time I piss, some piss get on the floor? I'm standing damn near to the tank. I'm standing damn near straddling this motherfucker, and how does piss get on the floor every time? Like, why is the first thing I hear is not piss getting in the toilet, piss going on the ground? Why is that? That has to be a reality breakdown. I will sit on the toilet and I'm hearing piss go on the floor. How? I don't get that part. I don't get that part. Hey, Thomas Eliason, thank you for joining. And I know to be up this late, you got to have.
Got to have vision.
When people call UFOs and alien demons, wouldn't saying that mean so they stole the technology or magic from heaven? So wouldn't heaven be like Wakanda? No, I don't, Devontae. Thank you for joining, Devontae. And you got to have
vision.
No, I don't play any video games. I've said this for the last 30 years. I buy video games. I bought my children video games. But I'll get you my son's stuff. I have to find out, but my son plays. My youngest son plays. So yeah, he plays it. He plays 2K. As a matter of fact, my great nephew, we was at Costco and he said that the football's about to come out. He plays that too. So I don't play. I don't play video games. What was that game where you had to? It was two men fighting and you had to, you had to put your hands like this so the man could climb up over the wall and shit. I'd always be stuck with, I'd be the man, like the partner would be like this, helping me get up. I couldn't put my foot to leave up, so I've never really played them. Like I guess never played them. I tried a little bit of the football, and it didn't turn me on. Hockey was kind of fun. I guess the only thing I really enjoyed was the NASCAR. That was like where I spent money, and I think I would enjoy if I bought the steering wheel and the shifter. I think I would enjoy that. I liked it with just having the pad, just setting up the car and doing NASCAR. I like that because they're driving simulators. When that's what I like. Like you can get the flying simulators too. You can fly the planes, and you actually are flying like a simulator. And remember, this new movie coming out about NASCAR talks about the dude who, they were the top NASCAR on videos, and they made them competing with real drivers. And these dudes, they knew the courses and stuff. And then there's a video, a young brother, I can't think of his name, but that young brother, they're about to do a movie about him, where he became an actual kart racer, Indy kart racer. Formula One kart racer, all from driving the simulators, because you actually can do flying simulators, you can do driving simulators. So I like those kind, but never anything else. Well, yeah, reality is breaking down. The control is different. And I agree with the Gipper about that. The control by the machine is less. People are becoming more aware, and so that's why the legal weed. I mean, it takes tiny steps to make you relax, and not knowing that the one thing that's on us, is the machine, is the mind. We carry the mind constantly with us. It tells us, how our breaths are. I'm saying the mind is keeping track of me playing pickleball. So it makes it seem like, we can't live without it. So I imagine if you think of a system and the system overload, I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that this type of magic, because magic can wear out. That's what people don't understand. Spells and shit can wear out. Magic can wear out. And I think that's what we're seeing is this type of magic is running out of tricks. Because remember what dude said, American Gods, said you don't want to believe in magic because magic is a trick. And so I would say the trick is wearing off. That's what it seems like to me. The trick is wearing off. The magic is wearing off. And so it has to do extra things to keep us distracted from the magic wearing off. What do they say? The veil is lifting. That's what I would say is the veil is lifting. The veil of ignorance is lifting over everybody. And so all it can do, again, what it just did. If you don't follow me so much, I'm going to lock you up. But then it had to pivot because it did not expect Floyd. It did not expect Floyd. But again, it knew what to do to try to dampen it. Because what it did is when Floyd hit, they sent them black suits in. There's a sergeant that got filmed. There was a sergeant that broke into Action Auto. And again, that is the stupidest things. Again, why would you break into Action Auto? I mean, there's only so many wipers in there. You don't know brakes or rotors. You got to have, look in the machine. You can't just go in there and grab some brakes and rotors. But that is what the government did. The government wanted people to loot. And truth be told, the looting was mostly the women. Melanated, Mexican, natives, and Europeans was the main people looting. Because next to the Indian Affairs shop, one of my friends, she went up in the Foot Locker, and she said all the men's shoes was still in there. She said all the 10s, 11, 12s, 13s was still in there. She said the shoes that was gone was the little children's shoes and all the women's shoes. The smaller sizes, she said, was gone. And then you look at what was taken in Target again. The toys was taken first. So that that's women and young people, young people taking it. But it was like the women did a lot of the looting. But it sparked something in all of us that rebelled. I mean, there's not like you can't think of too many things that happened that's just in America and the rest of the world felt fucked up about it. Said everything is fucked up. All these governments is fucked up. And you see how quick they tried to pamper you after the Floyd, because Floyd made you see the lie of the bug. Because wasn't nobody wearing that shit when they was out protesting around the world? And that, of all the things I lost from my old channel, I hate I lost all that Floyd coverage. And it's still out there. I imagine I can still go get it because it's from the local channels. But all of a sudden, the world, that just showed you the fake of it. Because the world said, fuck that, we're protesting against the machine. And that was one of the few times the world rallied together against the machine. So, what's my insight on flat earth and global earth? If you're not reaching out, not to cut your celebrity of your gift. No, I've said this before, General Peace. And I'll answer it like this. You can choose which one you want to live in. Because we could go an hour and I could prove to you how flat plane exists. I could. It's out there. I could prove to you how it exists. But then again, I can turn around and prove to you how round plane exists. My only argument is that people don't, if you say it's a flat plane, then you got to accept everything. You got to accept everything because you're talking about 2 dimensions. So you can't really take 3D and push it into 2D because that's what you have to do. Because that's basically what you're saying is we live on a plane. Well, you have to accept everything in the flat plane. And of course, the only flat plane has no up or down. It's only under and on top. So you build illusion from it. Just like a mirror can exist in flat plane, but the mirror can only exist from the side. And as I said many nights, I don't know why they didn't jump on this mirror shit. Because that's flat plane. When you look in a mirror and you working out with the mirror, that's from the flat plane. And we are one day going to see where you can look in the mirror and the mirror gonna have the clothes on and you basically trade with the mirror. And then you go into the mirror world, which is flat plane. The mirror world is flat plane. Like you remember the old circus, the carnival where you go into all the mirrors? Where do you think they get that from? Where you go in a room and all the mirrors reflect everywhere. Well, that's exactly that's flat plane right there. That's why that amusement ride existed. Because this is the type of illusion. If you figure you live on the flat plane, it's all illusion. Now, not to say round plane is not illusion, but it's a different type of illusion because you do have to consider 3D. 3D is not in flat plane. It's just you can't have it both ways. You just can't have it both ways. And that's where they fall short. If you say we're on a flat plane, then you got to do all the rules that go with a flat plane. You can't pick from, because this is what they do. They pick from the round plane to prove the flat plane. That doesn't work. So if you accept flat plane, and again, it's like this too. You can move back and forth. You can move back and forth between the two. That exists as well. Because if you think you live in a flat plane, you actually do. And so that's like, or it's like it doesn't matter. Because it's just really a separating. It's a dividing. So mostly it's like it shouldn't matter to you. What does it matter? What does it matter if we're spinning? It doesn't matter. That's outside of you. That's outside of us. So it's just a distraction. But people don't understand what kind of distraction it is. So that's my only, I've talked about that all the time. You've got to accept all of it that goes with it. And so, but we all, as I said this too, just like the Borg, Now, I think Jeffrey said, do we live in a living reality? It has to be some kind of reactive reality. It has to be some kind of reality generator as well. So if you take just Gia or Mu, okay, that's the best way I could say this. All right, this is probably what it really more is, more of what it is. If you look at Mu, you had a creation that was its own creator. It was its own creator. It was uncreated. And it created a world. And again, I'm not saying round or flat, but it created a reality. And at some point, it stopped the actively controlling this reality. Again, that's what the creation is you create it and you let it go. It ain't you gonna sit there and like the old Greek mythology, you're playing chess pieces with the people. It don't work like that. So there was a base reality. I saw it. What did I do with it? And I'm only gonna use this to try to understand. Oh, I guess I didn't even need this. So there's a base reality. So there was a reality called Mu. But it was a reality where once she got to a point, she just like backed off. So it let this living, breathing reality just go on its own. What we probably are into now is some kind of way these others came to this reality and they saw it was just calm and wasn't really controlled by no entity, and they built a reality on top of it. So you have this old entity that really ain't working, it's really just letting it run. And then you have these other entities come and layer something on top of this. And so that's where, when we look at time and we see time as, time ain't a clock. Time is a line on a line on a line on a line. And you can go back and forth, up and down, around this time. Now, when we say what the source is, that's the original thing that created this. That's the first thing we want to get in touch with. And those of us that know, those of us that have enough of that old spark, those of us that, there's little ancestors, little signs that say, hey, this is what you want to look at. Then those of us can touch that, we can start seeing the layers and breaking down these layers. And so that's what it appears like. And, and that even goes into a little bit of dome theory. It goes into a little bit of that. It's like the dome would be on top of this other thing. If you kind of understand that little bit, it's like something is projected over what was originally here. There was something originally here that, when they talk about heaven and perfect, it was probably something like that. But some kind of way, it was something else that came in here, was able to build on top of that. And again, when you break through, and when they used to say when you would wake up, you start seeing the fakeness of what's on top, and you start having relationships with what's real. I guess that's the easiest way I can say that. And I don't even know if real is, it's you see through the illusion. And the real starts coming in. And for those of us that, are gifted enough and do get the gifts, because it's gifts, we are able to see where we came from before we were born and what we were. And it's not reincarnation, it's something totally different. And those of us that know where we're going, and so that's why we don't really fear death. because once that's the ultimate fear program this thing has, is it wants you to fear death. And so once you know where you came from and you know where you're going to go, you easily let go and don't have any regrets. And when it's time to move on, you move on. So, let's see. Remember, George Floyd was an intermission during, yeah, kinda. General feel that you have Hollow Earth too. Well, again, that would go into Hollow Earth. I would say the closer you get to the what this thing really was, that's my whole point. Like now they tell you it's water. That's why they can only go so deep, because they can't go there. So they got to admit it's too many eyes saw that there's water because they tried to go deep. And so I just think Hollow Earth was more of what the source was. What's in the middle of the earth is probably the original source, because they're telling you it's a giant crystal in the middle of the earth. And that could have been what Mu is. And everything we see on top of it is maybe her ways of putting a barrier. She put another ocean that they can't traverse. Again, they can't go very deep in the ocean. And so I think it's more realistic to think of the depths of the ocean would be used by these other beings than having to go closer to the source, where it appears like there's some type of barrier, real barrier that they can't break through. So that's kind of what so that's my, now the other part I guess we could say is like the tales of the giants, the tales of Lemuria, because what Lemuria was supposed to be the time where everything was in tune. And when Lemuria got destroyed, a lot of them had to go in tunnels to save themselves. And that's what but that's what the idea of Lemuria was. And maybe Lemuria was, again, a different peel of the onion. Because when we look at the Matrix and they talk about the first time when they gave the Matrix and everything was perfect, the people were unhappy and still did war. And that sounds very unlikely. I think it would be the opposite. If someone came here, some entity came here, and it was just peace and love, and everything on earth was in tune with everything else, well, an alien would come in and try to overthrow that. Try to create some disharmony in that. That's where the alien would come in. And maybe that's the point that, Yadaboeth got enough strength, or he discovered the Mai. Maybe that's the point he discovered that. I can't really say. Could be. So let me keep up with you. What would the idea of Ant-Man and the microverse come about? Well, it came about because, and it gets into Einstein, the quirks, and it gets into quantum mechanics. I'll say good reading on really the micro world would be some of Wes Paneri's work. Because if part of Ant-Man, almost like when you watch Ant-Man 1, when he talks about how an army would come and invade, it would come in through the quantum. And like the mice in Roadmap, what is it called? Roadmap to the Planet, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Planet. Remember, the mice were running around and the mice were really in control. So that's what quantum could be, is the mice. The mice, they show you, they're showing you something small could easily be controlled. You see it in Lord of the Rings. You've got the little midgets, and that's, how Marduk's people is described by Wes Paneri. Is that you've got these dwarf, that there's these mighty warriors. So when you see in Lord of the Ring and you see in these dwarfs that are the mighty warriors and not afraid, well, that's the Marduk story. Because supposedly, these dog-faced beings from the dog star that had no fear. And so, what do they look at? The giants is looked at as big and stupid and lumbering. Look how the giants are looked at, when giants could have just been normal-sized humans. Now, we know there's a giant period that came in North America between, I would say, the Hopewell period and then the period where the regular, you hear the East Coast tribes where they did come across. I know the Nepi have a story about them fighting, them fighting some of the last giants. But again, giants haven't went away. We still see we got a guy coming in the NBA to 7'6", so that's a remnant of what could have been called giants. So the idea of the quantum is understanding that there's a lot. See, it's almost like the unseen. And the beautiful thing about normal people and what our spirits are and our soul are is we're not, non-locality. We don't need a local source to buzz off through the universe and be a neutrino. Non-locality is one of the greatest things that it taught us through the quantums. Because a monkey in Africa and a monkey in America can do some of the same shit and the whole species understands it. It's the easiest way to kind of describe non-locality, a non-local source. You don't need a local source to learn this information. The information is just out there. And so that's, if you want to know how spirits works, that, you already can go across the world or across wherever is next for you. Because you don't need any source to help you with that. The source is already in you. So, let me catch up. Sometime, let me get, you can see the moon and the sun at the same time. Critical thinking, something doesn't add up. I mentioned this no, maybe I didn't. I didn't mention this. Yes. Now I mentioned this before. Like, that's a great question because it made me, I would have forgot about this. And this is something I want to talk about. I didn't do any notes. I said this before, back in the summer of 18, in my western sky, I caught two suns. I caught a bigger sun and I caught, let me see. It was the bigger sun and a smaller sun came right behind it. Because if you sun gaze, you see it disappearing. And like now the days, like you start watching the sun at 6 o'clock. Cause I try to sun gaze too, cause it helps clear out some of this calcification. But I was in the pool on my birthday, Friday, and I was facing west. And I was it was still kind of cloudy and hazy. It was 90 degrees, but still kind of cloudy and hazy. And so the sun was still fairly bright, but I was sitting there and then I caught like the sun was coming in and out, but then I caught another area and I'm like, wait a minute, what is this? And I'm like looking and it's like I caught another sun, or it's a simulator. I can't tell if it was the sun or the simulator. Because the same way, what I was seeing, and I'll describe exactly, wasn't no UFO, no alien, no shit like that. What I saw was sunbeams being blocked by the fires and by the clouds. I saw another light source being blocked by the clouds. Because again, it was 90 degrees, and so it was still 90 degrees in the shade. But I was looking at this one sun, and there was another sun slightly more, that would be southwest. It was another one I caught. Because at first, because like a lot of times when you sun gaze, you start seeing sunspots. But it's like I wasn't even really doing that. I was more had my eyes closed and then, not really sun gazing. But I caught this other one. And then I looked away for 3 or 4 minutes to get to, if any sunspots, if I'm just seeing sunspots, I wanted to make sure I got that away. And I looked back and I could still see it. Where it was another light source that the clouds was blocking. And to say where like Jeffrey Lane said, you should not be able to see the moon and the sun at the same time. That is something that's a phenomenon that just has come lately. But to further my story, my moon was way, again, the moon is this Friday. The moon is full. I mean, the moon is still waning because next week is the new moon. Like the 7th or 8th is the full moon coming up. So the moon is quite prevalent. So again, I'm facing straight west. I'm facing straight west in the pool. The pool runs north and south. I'm facing west. East is behind me, right? Where I live is way behind me. So the moon, you couldn't even see it at this time of day. This is about 6, 7 o'clock.
and the moon is far to my southeast. Do you understand? The moon is far to my southeast. I'm looking southwest. I'm looking west, but slightly southwest is where I saw the other simulator. So thank you for reminding me that. So you can it says I see the moon and sun every morning. Yeah, years ago that it's like old science used to tell you shouldn't see that, and now it's a fairly common thing. And it used to realistically it shouldn't exist, but we see it more and more. I've never watched The Hitchhiker's Guide, but they do show the Mai in that film. Yeah, I mean it's The Hitchhiker's Guide it's a trippy movie, but it does give, like, what do they say? What do they say? What do they say? The ultimate question is racism. That's the answer. Racism. 42. Racism. That's the ultimate question. That 42 turns into nigga is racism. That's the ultimate answer for everything. Racism. 42. Racism. But when they go onto that planet where if you have a fucked up thought, something comes out the ground and slaps the shit out you, that's funny as hell. Now, let me think about the part, the guy on the ladder. I used to have, I can't even remember. The guy on the ladder, what is that? It's missing me. I'm old man and y'all. Yeah, a guy is on a ladder when they're creating the world. Oh my goodness, I had something for that. And if it comes back to me, maybe the motivator help me remember. But yeah, 42. Racism. That's what they telling you. What's the ultimate question? Racism. For the smoke, they don't want you seeing too early. That's a good point. Do you think people like Hercules and Thor, they truly existed, did the things they claim? You think they existed? I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. The stories are real and fake at the same time. Can a man kill a lion? I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if John Henry could have killed a lion. So, I mean, without with just a bone or a stick, can you kill a lion? I don't know. Lion could bite through the stick. So if you'd have to have some kind of something to jab him with. If you ain't got something for a lion to long range jabbing with, I mean, even think about it. Like, if you don't have skin that quickly repairs, you trying to get to the lion, it's faster than you coming forward, and its strikes are going to be harder than you. Now, even if you shield like this, the motherfucker could bite your face off. So I don't know. I don't know if some of them stories, some of them are true and fake. It's like the John Henry story. It's real and fake at the same time. Same thing with Paul Bunyan. Now, I've had a giant spirit visit me here on this hill. So there is a giant spirit here. When I lived in Prior Lake, there giants visited me. So this Paul Bunyan thing, I've said before, it's hiding this giant Indian spirit that's here. That's what the Paul Bunyan story did. The Europeans turned it into their own, but it appears that there's an entity that's a giant Indian spirit that was here. So that's where I think Paul Bunyan comes from. So yeah, it's a little bit real and a little bit of fake at the same time. It's like one of them stays too late now. Yeah, exactly. One of them stays up. Yep. I saw the sun and the moon the same other day. It was bugging me out. If this was global, you would not see both. Yeah, that's a good point. Yep, that is a good point. You shouldn't. I will agree to that. You shouldn't. It's like I want to do a story. They've been showing, the new rings of Saturn, and it's interesting that like the planets all got to be round. I mean, what's the odds of everything being the same shape? Yet they show you asteroids, and asteroids is all different types of shapes. You see asteroids, and they ain't perfectly round. But how is all these bigger bodies just perfectly round? That doesn't make sense. When you got shit flying out there that ain't perfectly round. But how come every time they tell you the planet is perfectly round? That makes no sense. And so that does feed flat plane thinking. Because nothing would be like that.
when you know, we know asteroids ain't perfectly round. So what is the odds that all the planets would be perfectly round? And the only thing they can show you is put some rings around it. Ring around the rosy. That's the only thing they can do. This is the life, y'all. Fucking tap beer. Good cigar. Good bud. And good people to get this out there. So yeah, that just proves it a lot. But again, we're in both. You know, that's the thing you got to understand. We're in both. Some of my newer balls. Yeah. We are in a little bit of both. So, oh, excuse me. In Miami, you could get the quarter sticks of dynamite and and it will. Let me say, in Miami, you could get the quarter sticks of dynamite and will stop heartbeats. Those will stop. Oh yeah, it'll blow your fingers off. The old M80s would blow your fingers off. I'm telling you, M80 could blow up a mailbox. Excuse me, a metal mailbox. Ain't that plastic shit we see today. I'm talking about the iron, the metal ones. You know, like that. I don't even think they was tin. They was like folded metal. You know, and you would stick M80. You'd literally just light that motherfucker and throw it in that metal box, and it'll blow that metal box up. So you know what the fuck is gonna do your hand? I mean, this is a blasting cap. And they used to sell that shit. That's why the new ones ain't that. They don't give you as much. When they make nitroglycerin, they can make the glycerin hard, and you can see like an M80. You can see the glycerin in it. If those of you remember what the old ones look like, that you could see the glycerin, because that's what blows up. Hey, and y'all know that the Nobel Peace Prize dude that invented dynamite, or no, he invented what's the liquid of it? What's the liquid stuff called? Nitroglycerin. You know, the Pulitzer Peace guy, the Pulitzer, invented nitroglycerin that turned into dynamite. He invented that shit. Y'all old enough to see the Little House on the Prairie where he was, you know, the farm wasn't doing good, so this nigga had to go get a job in the mines in Minnesota, and they had the wagon bringing nitroglycerin into, you know, the mining town. Remember, they had the way they packed the nitroglycerin. They had to pack it in hay because that shit shake up too much, it would fucking blow up. So he was the one to stabilize it by putting it into just glycerin. He stabilized it, and he's the one that made blow up shit. Well, he made dynamite. The Chinese, you know, knew that gunpowder could blow up. And the Chinese, you know, they knew missiles and shit. The Great Wall, you know, opened my eyes to that. You know, they think that, you know, that it took the Europeans to come in and know how to do cannons and missiles, but the Great Wall shows you that they wasn't just using that shit for fireworks. They was using that shit to shoot at each other too. So that opened my eyes up, you know, watching the Great Wall. I thought that was very insightful. Because they want to tell you they was just stupid and they didn't know what to do with it. So, in the fact they did. So, what are my takes on France? Well, France is, like, even if you look at the history, like, you look at things like if you, okay, I guess some things of France don't make sense. So they build the Louvre. One dude builds a castle so big that they could actually go fox hunting in this motherfucker. They could ride horses in the castle and go fox hunting. This is how big the Louvre is. It actually let the hounds and the dogs and the motherfuckers would be in there trying to hunt shit. So, like, where does all the resources come from? Read the story of how they built the Louvre, and it makes no sense. Like, the country did not appear to be that rich and have that many artisans that could build some shit like that. And then for the people to lose it, You know, and remember, the French Revolution, you had other people fueling the fire because they brought the Hessians in to fight the French people. And Napoleon, you know, who was he was a artillery guy, didn't side. He didn't side with the king. He sided with the people. But what's his name? Rex Pierre, where they, you know, and France is, this is what France did that has never been done really since. Other than what there was done in Cambodia, it wasn't the same. France killed all the elites and killed all the friends of elites. And that's the only time in history where you saw a whole generation of elites fucked up and wiped off. It's a black and white movie. I got to look it up to find the name, and it tells this story. It is beautiful. There's this guy at the end. They was about to get this girl. He was in love with this girl, and this girl was working for the elite, so they was about to kill his ass. And so he switched places with her. And he even though he didn't know elites, she did. He saved her life, which is a stupid story, but it tells some of the French Revolution. It's a black and white movie, but that's how it ends. So I don't know if it's even worth seeing because you be mad at him, but like, you dumb motherfucker. This hoe is gonna go hoe with somebody else while you dead. But anyway, but that's interesting that they, you know, and think about that. Think about that. If that happened today, if people turned on the billionaires and then started killing the like if people turned on the billionaires and then went after the millionaires, the multimillionaires, like say it was a revolution and that's who you killed. You killed all the elites. And say, you know, you had the technology, you discovered the magic, and you had a way of neutralizing their armies, and you was able to kill all the elites in America. And the friends of elites. So think who would go? All the people in the government. All the people in the government would go. All these people that run these corporations would go. And you'd have a country of the people. And, you know, they say it's anarchy and all that would have to go. See, what we don't realize, and this is the fact of America, and I've said this, if you have to understand what happened during the Civil War and how they tricked you. The South did not go to war against the North. They went to war with the people in D.C. That's who the South went to war against. They did not go against Michigan. They did not go against Wisconsin. They declared war on D.C. And D.C. tricked those states around it to help it. Because D.C. was out on his ass. It did not have an army at first. It had a very small army. And remember, the first Battle of Bull Run, these motherfuckers thought it was going to be a picnic and the feds was just going to beat them. And the first Battle of Bull Run, also, again, I'm one of the first to bring up, there were black troops that fought against the Northern troops. There were black Southern troops that fought in the very first battle. It was a whole black battalion. And I hope I can come across that again. I hate I didn't record it where I found it. And the Europeans hated, they like, we hate them black bastards. But the feds and all the DC people thought it was going to be just an open day of just to go watch one day war. The feds is going to win and go back. No, these motherfuckers was all running for their lives. And it makes you wonder why didn't Johnston go and keep attacking DC? Because Jeb Stuart seemed to, guys and generals, they kind of show you that Jeb Stuart kind of turned the tide. His cavalry kind of turned the tide of the battle. And so that's what we're facing. We're facing an entity that knows it's by itself. And then it's got its arm of the financial arm, which is a separate entity, which is the print of money. They're a separate entity. And so you've got the Fed, and then you've got this separate money entity. But they work together. But they have really no defense. But the army is the Fed's army now. See, what has happened in the last 100 years is the federal government has used our taxpayer money to protect itself from the people. I mean, now you see fences up and shit because they know we should, in some ways hate them. That's why the fences and shit is up. We know that January 6th shit was all, come on now. That's all just theater. That's all just theater. Both sides, it was all just theater. But now they're all fenced up and stuff. And so it makes you, and okay, and this goes into the reality breakdown. All of a sudden, it's seeming like they scared of us. Because think about before Floyd, think about before January 6th. Before Floyd, people feared the government. Seemed like after Floyd, people don't fear the government as much. And the government fears the people. And that's where, you look at the reality breakdown, because the government is starting to fear the people. And I'll say this, and I'm the only one that says this. The feds and these Europeans that run this America, they would destroy the country before they would let melanated people have it back. I mean, if they are able to blow up the world, they would blow the Planet of the Apes. Charleston Heston. If I'm a European, can't control this world, we'll blow it up and restart it. Because that's what the other shows show you. They restarted it. They blew up that world so they could start it again so Europeans was back in charge. That's what the Planet of the Apes 1 shows you. The end of it. And they get into Planet of the Apes 2, the restart. But that's what they do every time. It's like if the people come to take over, they restart this shit. And so our job is to catch the restart and to be aware of how they want to do it, because that's why they're weaker than they ever were. I agree with the Gipper. This thing is weaker than it ever was. And the more of us that, spiritually can be at our individual spiritual self, our highest individual spiritual self, not a group thing. You as an individual do your own spiritual quest. However you do that. However you do that. And then that's what you strengthen. Because no matter what religion that you are, if you just be human to people, that's the right way to live. It doesn't matter if you go give money to Jesus to see Jesus. The way this thing is, if you live a good life and you have no reason to fear death because you've lived a good life and you've made just loving and kind decisions most of your life, you get rewarded for that. There is a place for people that live the good life. And you don't necessarily have to be, see the Borgia. I mean, that's the other problem. If you're into religion, when you break through, you will see the Borgia and not necessarily the light of love or the love that could come and bring you into it. But again, if you know where you came from, it's a lot easier. But that's what religion can fool you. But in some cases, if you live a good life, the right energy will come to guide you to the proper place where you belong. Because you've lived such a good life that delusion, the illusion will break free. And the ancestors that can help you would come to you. Now some, will get caught. You see the Borgia and you go with the Borgia. And, you might get recreated, recycled, and have to keep doing this again and again and again. And so I guess that's, to me, is what we have to stop them doing, to stop them from resetting. To me, that's what it is we have to stop them from trying to reset this thing. Because that's its defense mechanism, is reset. And if we can stay present and not live in fear, and be aware that that's what it would try to do, is try to reset us all. And, the stronger we are spiritually, mentally, we can stop them. Like, we're not going for it. You only want to blow up the world because you want to start over. Not because of war, not because everybody hates. Like you got to look at World War I as a reset. World War I was probably one of the resets. Because all this bombing and shit, when you got all these cousins controlling these countries, what is the Kingsman, the last Kingsman show you all these cousins that's controlling these countries, and yet they're sacrificing all these men? That was probably some type of reset. We could probably even look at World War II as some type of reset as well. All that killing that went on. Because that's what we have to look at resets is a lot of killings. And the amount of people that were killed in the Civil War. I mean, what, Versailles, 300,000 people killed in one day? That had to be some kind of reset. I mean, how stupid can people be? Just 300,000 people just gonna stay there where these bombs blowing up shit? Yeah, I mean, I guess we can look at it as a sacrifice too, but I mean, common sense. Hey, if the sergeant back there say run across and it's a machine gun coming, do you think, and I'm seeing everybody get machine gun, I'm like, fuck you, Sarge. Now, I know the Russians showed you, if Russians said go, Russians would shoot you. So it's either I'm gonna shoot you or they gonna shoot you. Enemies at the gate. Remember enemies at the gate? Russian was so poor, they couldn't even give everybody a gun. Remember how they tried to show you Russia was so poor, they couldn't give everybody guns? All they could do is throw people at the Nazis. And you know, we see winter weather warfare. We see it against Napoleon. And I know Love and Peace is a long motherfucking book, but when you read that shit, when they talking about crystals, they said the air was so cold that the air started being crystals. They literally, not ice, they were seeing air crystals landing in the ground, flying in the air. The air was so cold it started crystallizing. This is magic. And we see the same thing done to Hitler. We see the same thing done to Hitler. But again, Hitler wasn't trying to win. Dunkirk shows you that they wasn't trying to win. Dunkirk, they could have annihilated the British army. They had the tanks, and they could have killed 400,000 people on a beach or arrested them all. But all of a sudden, the general just has a heart. Now, when is it that if you got an army cornered, you don't capture the army? So that shows you right there, World War II was fake too. Because Dunkirk shows you it was fake. They could have put the British out of the war. But they couldn't have that. Because American people wasn't just going to fight without the British fighting. So they had to allow them to get away so the Americans could come in and the Americans could still have reasons to fight. But Dunkirk shows you that World War II wasn't what they tell you it was. Because the British would have been knocked out. And then Hitler not invading Britain. Hitler not staying into Göring's plan of attacking the bases. When he went with Göring's plan, they're winning the air war over Europe. Fuck the radar, they was winning. And why didn't they drop troops in there? Why didn't they start parachuting troops in there? Well, you know what they tried to tell you? Well, you know, the British Navy was so good they couldn't. Fuck that. You send enough fucking troops at that shit, you can land. You parachute troops in by the thousands. Hey, them ships is turning around and trying to help the people on land. And yet they never do it. Yet they never do it. And they try to tell you, well, you know, they invented radar and then, you know, they had the Navy. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. So, DC is shut down. The war is never against the elites. It's against the entities controlling them and the eye. These reptilians are grazed, etc. I don't know. I don't know about that. We can still take the army back. I think you're right about that. DC, it's going to be hard to stop the reset, but it can be, but it can be done. I agree. Service to others as opposed to service to self. Yeah, that's it. Service to others. That's what being kind is. I mean, people like you can still make money by helping others. So it's not, you know, see, the capitalist system tries to say if you're helpful, you don't make money, but that's a lie. We know that's a lie. So it's, you know, service to others, to be kind. I mean, we don't even speak to each other anymore. But, you know, I have to admit, I look so good that people look at me. You know, this golden, you see I'm getting more golden. You can't even see the rings on my head anymore. It's gold. You can't even see the chain. Look at that. You can't even see nothing. Look at that. Look at the chain against my skin. It's the same color. I'm golden. But I speak to everybody, But I'm self-aware, I tend not to speak to young niggas, I'll speak to young women, but young niggas I tend not to speak to because they seem to be the enemy. They seem to be the most mischief. They seem to be the most thirsty and the most broke. And I don't like being around broke people because broke people tend to be desperate people. So I try to stay away from that. What does he say? I take my gun everywhere I go because I'm paranoid. Superman is good because he actually loves to help people of all colors. Remember in that last Superman movie, though, they was Nazi saluting to Superman. Remember that Superman where Cazale, and he's leaving and everybody's Nazi saluting? I'm like, damn, who you think wrote that? Because you had melanated people. Remember, he goes to South America and he saves a melanated person, and then you got all the melanated people giving the Hi Hitler or Hail Caesar to Superman. So you have the melanated people giving Hail Caesar. Because that's all Hi Hitler was, is the same thing they did to Caesar. They did this to Caesar, Augustus, Hail Hitler, that comes from the Romans. So that don't come from the Germans, that comes from the Romans, Hail. But we see that. Hail. The Gipper is changing a bit, I see. Yeah, he's, we all evolve. And understanding this thing, our understanding even evolves. And so if we truly are trying to share our knowing, our knowing evolves as well. Things start coming out. Let me give it out. Oh, okay. Must be cooking. And we start getting more information about who we are. And we start generating more knowing, and we start really tapping into the ancient knowledge. And so for me, it's like this book is called The Keys, the Keys of Solomon, the keys. And it's like the older we get and the truer we live to who we're supposed to be, the more the keys come out. And so it shows you that everybody can find the keys. And, one of the, I've talked about this for the last 10, 15 minutes. The true key is to not fear death. That's the first key that everyone should understand, And like the Mexican comedian said, he said his dad went into the doctor's office, and the doctor told him he had cancer, and the dad said, "No, I don't." And the dad started working to fight what he could do that was natural, and he says, "Dad beat it." So now, can this thing kill us? Absolutely. It's funny, I brag about how mixed culturally this area is. It's millions of Europeans, but it's a pretty mix of people. And I've lost my point. But it's a good mixture of people, and it just shows you that people can get along. And it exposes you to other cultures, and exposes you to other people from other places around the world that could still give you some value, and I mean value in thought, intellectual thought. And that's really not the point I was trying to make. I'm just kind of ad-libbing to make sense because I lost my main point. But okay, it's like Dark City, definitely. And I'm lucky that I went to see Dark City at the movies. I went to see that before The Matrix because it came out before The Matrix, and they talk about tuning. And that's it. That's really it. It's like we tune as we get older. We learn to tune this reality to that's manifesting. Tuning is another way about manifesting. And as you get older, you should be able to tune or manifest better and better. And you should be able to tune you should be able to perfect your tuning the older you get. And that's why they want to give you religions. That's why they want to, okay, this was my point. My point was, it's like people come here and they got to exercise all of a sudden. And I talk about, I've got an African friend. He's like, man, we never was running around, and the food didn't do what it does here. But here, if in America, if you eat food, you eat this American food, you gotta exercise. And just the way, if you work in offices and stuff, you're just not naturally moving. You're not naturally in nature. But it's funny, these people come to America and you don't hear them doing this shit in their country. Well, they gotta walk for an hour every day. Shit, you look at some people around the world, these people ain't never exercised none of their lives. It's just they diet. And so it's funny, and that was the point. That was the point I was trying to make. Is like when I go walking around a lake or something, I see all these, immigrants, and they're all walking, and they see that again the diabetes, the high blood pressure that they get when they come here because of our diet, because of the air, the chemicals, the water. And that's one thing I like about going out to eat, because most restaurants have filtered water, and I mean good filtered water. It's a big difference. It's a big difference, if like if you can't shower with soft water, it's a big difference to your skin. And even your drinking water, it's like right now we're looking to invest into a system, because our little filter, I don't drink that shit. I'm not really an ice person. I got a fucking, ice maker to do water and ice, but it's like, even in the filter through the refrigerator, the shit still tastes nasty as fuck. And so we're thinking about building a system, because my brother-in-law has a system. We're thinking about building one of those systems so we can have, the best water. So, when Evil in another timeline, that movie, because of Lois dying, I didn't think the storyline being evil. Wow. Batman versus I stay clear away from the BS. Yeah, exactly. I want to know why the Nazis were in Africa for. Well, we know that's an easy story. Himmler was somewhat of he believed in the occult. Himmler was their arm of the occult, and so Hitler, and it wasn't really Hitler, it was more Himmler. Of all these relics that they say had these powers, the Nazis were the first to really go after it. Now, Americans might have secretly been going after it, but it seems like you don't really see a lot of, before World War II, there's not a lot of adventures of you see Americans trying to find these relics. And that's what we see, is we see that every relic, and we when they went into Gulf War, one of the first places they went into was the museum and started breaking shit. And then they tried to blame it on ISIS, when it was really the Americans trying to destroy some of these things that still had some kind of power, or they wouldn't be destroying it. So, real slavery was servitude for some. Most of our people farmed and worked on our fields and lands. Exactly. It's not Uncle Tom's Cabin. That's what people don't understand. It's not Uncle Tom's Cabin. I got a great book that I'll try to bring it tomorrow. It's right back here, and I have to look for it. But it's called Slavery in New England. And if I just took the time to read this to you, you'd be like, damn, that's how slavery was? And this is in the 1770s. This is like from 1730 to up to the Revolution. And slavery is nothing like you're taught. It's nothing. This is documented with names, places, bills of sales. It was nothing like what they try to teach you. Now, were there tough places of slavery? We know that the people in South Carolina that worked in the rice fields, that was tough. That was tough. And the people that had to work in mines, especially the coal mines, they were just killing people left and right. They started forcing prisoners during Reconstruction in the coal mines in Alabama. That's why I've got a book downstairs called about Reconstruction, called Another Type of Slavery. And it's the amount of just prisoners that were forced to work in these coal mines, and again, just getting that black lung, killing them. So. What would be an example of a reality breakdown that you've seen before that was major for everyone on Earth? I would say the two different timelines. Well, like, I don't know if it was a reality breakdown, but it shook reality. It was like 9/11 shook reality. It was a type of ripple because people didn't understand the magic that the spell that they were put under. Because 9/11 was a spell. Now, reality breakdowns is could be individual things that you see. Like I talked about this, and I say this in all honesty. I don't mean to quantify, but I've told this story. It's like a couple weeks ago. I've had this happen many times to me, and this is definitely a reality breakdown. It's like this car ran into us, and I'm looking at the front of the car in my back seat, but yet the car just went and went by me, and but it's like in reality, there's no way that car didn't collide. And I've happened, and again, I've got a little magic in the roads, but there's no way that should happen. And I wasn't high or on acid. I'm just looking at this car and I see this car in my fucking back seat and yet there's no crash. Now, you said something that happened to everybody. And the way everyone is affected is these major events ripple through. They ripple through. And so the way they ripple through is unnatural in itself. Like the way 9/11 made everybody feel. Oh, saying that the Americans were not invincible anymore. So that in itself was a type of reality breakdown because we know through Vietnam and all these other wars, they always knew that Americans wasn't invincible. And like I talked about Rock Hudson, that's a big reality breakdown. How is it that America's most hunky people, honky is hunks, how is all the Hollywood heartthrobs, how are they all gay? Going back to Rudolph Valentino. And no one talks about it. No one's standing outside of the movie. You know, he kissing that girl in there. Man, this dude is with Fred. There's no one out there doing that kind of thing. So that to me, that's a reality breakdown. When you've got America's leading men supposed to be the arm of masculinity, but behind the scenes, all these people were gay. That's a reality breakdown. Because it doesn't make sense. And that no one stood outside the theater and say, hey, you know what? He's why was it? So that to me, that's a reality breakdown. That makes no sense. Because that's something you really couldn't keep quiet. So that's one of them. The explosion of my alumni, Ron McNair, when the Challenger blew up. What really blew up? And so for most people, we just saw a rocket go up in there and blow up like a firework. But yet they want you to believe that it was men in the rocket. So I think that broke down. It didn't seem real. So I don't know. It's hard to say what ripples we see. Next time I see a major ripple, I'll try to note it. But it's what's the funniest part of that is this is the funniest part is the changes in reality, because that's what deja vu, I agree with the Gipper, because deja vu is definitely a type of reward. It's not that you lived it before. It's like, I don't know. It's like you're vibrating so high. Now, if we could get everybody at one time to feel that at the same time, I think that would really, really throw a giant ripple. But it's such an individual thing. It'd be hard to generate everybody feeling that and everybody getting that reward at the same time. So it's hard to say one kind of thing because it doesn't break down like that. And like Sly talked about the wolf man chasing the car and shit. And that's very much a reality generator. To this person driving down the road, he's looking at what he thinks is the motherfucking wolf running fast as his car. But yet if there was a car behind him, he wouldn't see that shit. But yet the man driving, looking at, he sees this goddamn wolf looking in his window as he's driving 40, 50 miles an hour. He sees this wolf, this wolf thing running. So to the man it's real, to the car following it ain't real. He don't see it. So that's another type of reality breakdown. And that goes into the alien shit, you know. This is definitely some type of a reality generator where it can generate that shit. I know, like when I meditate and I can leave all this shit and go somewhere else. I mean, if I can do that just without any electronics or nothing, just think if you had electronics, how it can probably push some of that. So it's to say mass reality breakdown. I don't know. It's hard for everyone to catch it. It's hard for everyone to catch it. So the way it's described and it's broken down is we have to say individual things like this happened and this has to been a reality breakdown, or this happened, and it's small things, because again, if a giant thing came, you know, the machine would have to admit that it's the machine. And again, this machine is not old. This machine is old. They try to make you think that this thing is learned. No. This thing has been what it is from the very beginning, and it's much more. They tell you, you know, AI. No, it's much more. It is much more, and it's ancient. It is very ancient, and the magic it does again is beyond our comprehension. So that's a hard one to put together. This is reality breakdown. There's only one car I truly want, a Camaro, and every single day since I wanted it, I always see the car. No matter where I'm at every day, I'm going to see it. Wow. Well, yeah, that, yeah. It's like you can see colors like that, and I don't mean magenta, but I mean like, okay, so like some simple reality breakdowns is I'll see cars like my brother-in-law's. Like he has the BMW truck. I forget which one, but like this is where it breaks down. Okay, this is an example where reality breakdown. Traffic jams. Traffic jams are absolutely a reality breakdown. I've sat downtown Chicago for almost 3 hours. No, 2 hours. I sat downtown on the Skyway. No, downtown on the S curve. 2 hours. Couldn't move. How is that? This is where we had phones and shit. The phones ain't saying it's accidents and nothing. But how is that? Like where we go on my highway. I live 2 miles from not even that. I live a half mile from a highway. Maybe a little more, but not far. I live like 3-4 minute drive from a highway. We'll sit in traffic and then we'll get clear from traffic and there's no reason for it to be backed up. Like we'll come from the other way and we're looking at all this traffic and like, why is this stopped? We've just came from where they're going and there's nothing up there to stop all these cars. Now that's a mass reality breakdown right there. It's like we get in this traffic and it's like, why? No, broke down, because they got billboards that tell you the cars is broke down. The billboards don't say shit. And yet we're stuck in traffic. And then we get further and there's no reason. There's no reason to be stuck in traffic. So that's a reality breakdown right there that I see very often. And I know there's gang stalking. That's, you can be driving and be gang stalked. But as far as reality breakdown, traffic jams is a prime example. And like cities like Atlanta, LA, Chicago, New York. Well, New York, shit, you don't even want to have a car in New York. Costs you to park your car, costs you damn near as much as it costs you to rent some shit. But that's, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. And my experience with traffic jams every day is Chicago. Like, that's insanity. The people go on the Dan Ryan, people go on the motherfucking Skyway, and you're going to be in traffic for an hour and a half. That's insanity. Why would people do that? So that's the reality breakdown right there. Because you've got people doing insane behavior day after day. Then they do studies where, most people spend 45 days every morning in the car. The rest of their life, they spend all this time in it. Well, why? 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 And I want to hear that shit. So many people are coming out at the same time. I don't want to hear that shit. That shit doesn't fly. That shit does not fly. That everybody, that's my argument is like everybody had the same idea. Well, it's 4 o'clock and I need to go this way. Then you get by traffic and there's nothing there. No accidents. Like like I know I hit a traffic jam and then on the off ramp there was a car broke down in the middle of the off ramp. Okay, that's that. Okay, that makes sense. But sometimes this shit it don't be nothing other than the car's just sitting there. It's like how there's like my girl and I we sit there and go through this shit all the time. It's like wow, what's stopping this? So that's to me a reality breakdown. Traffic is a reality breakdown. Yeah, Challenger was a breakdown. And you know, I had just met Ron McNair for like the second or third time. Like they had a Ron McNair day and we moved in September and it was like July of 85. We got to meet him. I met him a couple other times. He had came on campus when I was still on campus. But after my first wife graduated and we were still living down there in July and they had Ron McNair day. And so we got to go down there and meet him and talk to him again. Well, got to, you know, see him again. That was the last time I saw Ron McNair. So I saw Ron McNair a few times before he died. So that's why the Challenger, you know, when it originally came, it was kind of like, this is a guy I, you know, met a few times and, you know, a nice guy. You know, he was like, you know, a head, you know, an engineer. There's a statue of Ron McNair. Even before he died, there was a statue of him. Like my freshman year was 79 and there's a statue of Ron McNair. There's, you know, a bust of Ron McNair outside the engineering building. This is in 79. So he didn't die till what, 84, 85, 86, somewhere like that. No, he must have died in 86 or November of 85. Yeah, so that was, you know, because we had met him. Exactly. Celebrate or demise. How can you turn deja vu into seeing your future or remote viewing? That's a lot of different things. Deja vu is a victory of some type of, it's some type of reward. It's some type of reward. Remote viewing. Remote viewing is another way of leaving your body. But it is not as, like most people, it really, trying to think. Like this fire back here. Nah, that's not a good example. Let me give a better example. This is an example I'm gonna give you. So, and you look at this crystal and you think of most people leaving their body and say they can go into this crystal. All right? And say that's what most people do. That when they get spiritual, they leave their body, they go into the crystal. All right. But if you have the ability to remote view, you can actually go to a place. So I guess the easiest way for me to explain is like string theory. Like pretty much, you know, I said going into a crystal, but most people, what they're going to see is some type of string theory. You're going to go to some type of, well, at first people are going to see this, but once you move past that, you see some type of way you can move forward. So remote viewers don't need that. Now, yeah, they don't need that. They can be more specific to stay on land. Because when you start going through like what string theory you start going through these tunnels. Remote viewing is like, here's an example, what I used to do every day. Every day, about 10 years ago, I would remote view to tuck in my daughter, to look in on my sons. Now, what people have to understand about remote viewing, it ain't Genie. When you remote view, it ain't Genie. It ain't just you think about it and you pop there and describe this shit. No, you still have to make the trip. But you make the trip almost like you're a plane. You still got to go over the land and shit. I mean, it's nowhere. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. You still got to go over the land. So it's almost like you can fly. Now, again, some people can fly quicker. but you still got to make the trip. So it ain't genie. So if any remote viewer tries to say they can genie the shit, they some lying motherfuckers. It doesn't work like that. You actually have to still take not the physical trip, but you have to take the trip over the land. And so instead of you making yourself very dense where you want to go into, again, string theory is the easiest way I can explain, to go into these tunnels. You stay on land, you stay over land. You have to move over land. So you move your spirit self over land, and then you can camp out to wherever you're going. So that's the difference in remote viewing. You're using a different spiritual talent. And like, the thing I tell people on how to just leave their body, that's, it's like, you leave your body, you see yourself from being on the ceiling, you go through the ceiling, see yourself being over your house, you go higher up and you see the whole area you live in or your county. I mean, that's a practice of remote viewing that I was kind of trying to, that's how you would do it. That's the difference. Like even going into the Tsar is different than that. It's like the Tsar, when you go into the Tsar with these sisters, it's totally different. Oh, Gipper, I ain't heard you talk shit about them yet, huh? I'm just telling you, don't talk shit about these chicks, because these chicks will definitely come and see you. So that's just a warning. Gipper, if you ever got something to say about these chicks, okay, you be prepared for them chicks coming to see you. I'm not threatening. I'm just saying, if these chicks come to see you, it's not going to be pleasant because you couldn't handle it. So you can talk about the Book of the Dead. They ain't like that. This is different. This gives you the time hallways. Yeah. Yeah, this gives you the Tsar gives you the time hallways, and that's completely different than all of it. It is a whole different aspect, and this is only my third year of practicing, and it's different. It's like the way they show you to possess people is totally different. You ain't got to do all that blood. I mean, it's like the first like possessing people is really interesting the way the Tsar does it, because it takes you into these it's almost it's I don't want to use hallways again, but it's hallways with rooms. It's hallways with rooms. And the way you possess a person it's like, and that's why I say I don't even know if hallways is right. Because it's like, okay, it's more like this. More like this. Like the Mall of America has an aquarium, and the aquarium is over you. And as you walk, there's different little scenes of the aquarium. That is more of what the Tsar is. It's like you are in something that you can see. You can see these realities, and it's like you see beings, and it can be animals and people on both sides of you. So it's almost a time kind of thing too, but it's like almost like a cowboy and you lasso. So you see somebody you want to possess and you throw something, and if you catch them, you can go into them. And the last time I really tried to do it, I was able to catch a lion, and I turned into the lion. It was kind of interesting experience. So that's something entirely different, because these chicks, when they came to me, I've told the story, when I call them the candy people, and they wanted to give me something that looked like rainbow fluoride. And so they've been trying to give this to me forever, and I thought I've got it every time. And the time before they came to me, I really thought I took it. And so, yeah, whatever they can do is trumps a lot of this shit. What they do trumps a lot of this shit, because they opened up like a French door on me, because I'm meditating and I'm like moving through, and all of a sudden a French door opens in front of me, and this sister is literally standing face to face, and she's holding the rainbow fluoride, and I have to take it from her. So it was important. They wanted me to have it, but it was like I had never experienced anything like that, where something could just interrupt me when I'm in my spiritual body. And not interrupt, but I mean really just change the whole, like, hey, this is nothing. Like that shit, And it didn't make the rest of it go disappear. It's just like they had their own way to get in and out. So that's why I like what they do too. I like what they do too. And you don't need all that blood and stuff. But it is a agreement and a usage of, where, if the entity wants to have sex and get married, they still do practice that. And it gets into all the blood. But what I'm saying is you don't need all that blood if you ain't trying to do all that. If you just trying to access the way to move through this. In the end, you ain't really got to try to go to possess people, but this is a way to move. And I like the way it seems to be able to move through anything that I've encountered. This thing seems to trump everything. Like it can go into anything, it seems. So, but like I said, Bomber don't say nothing negative about these people because he know. I was halfway through the books and they came and checked me out. And I don't know if the average motherfucker, like, you just sit there and you see these 3 sisters that come from Sudan. Yeah, they ain't the making fun types. So you can take the bait, but there's gonna be some outcome. It ain't gonna be for me. So stay on soft targets, because that's a target you might not want to mess with. Because it ain't like Allah. You can fuck with Allah. It can't really do shit to you. Allah's people might want to do some things to you, but not Allah itself. It ain't fucking with you like they can fuck with you. They can make it very uncomfortable. But on the other hand, if they're on your team, and again, where they go? You put it in your bag. It's good to have in your bag. That's all I can say. It is good to have it in your bag. What'd he say? Papa's got a brand new bag. The Speed Force. Baby. Hey, General Peace, what's that? General Peace. I think I gave you applause earlier. Thank you, though. Oh, yeah, you going out? Okay. Yeah, it's late. God damn, it's 3:30. Yeah, it is. It's 3:30. Second. Well, how long have I been going? Damn, I've been going 3.5 hours. That's pretty good. I think I've done enough. But yeah, there's some things to ponder, and could it be the Speed Force? Well, like they have another. They can they have an avenue to remote view through them too. I forgot to mention that. They have an avenue in a way. It's a way through the Czar that you can remote view as well. Because, and I've tried to go through and find this so I can reread it. But the story is, a girl was able to, and see, this is a different, the way they remote view and the way it's said in the book is different than regular remote viewing, just going to see a place and write about it. This chick was able to go back in time. She was able to go back in time and look at the girl's life and then come back and tell her how many cigarettes she smoked at the bar, what movie they went to see. This chick was from the Sudan, had never been in America, and she sat down with the author of this book and said, well, on May 3rd, you went to the movies with your boyfriend, you had sex, you did this the next day, and everything was on point that she said. So she was able to go back in time through the Tsar and replay events. So that's deeper than remote viewing. I mean, technically, well, remote viewing ain't really linked to time though either. You're currently, it's like, it doesn't matter. You're going and you're like a ghost. That's what remote viewing is. You're like a ghost, and then you can describe what you see. That's what a remote viewer is. You become a ghost, you can describe what you see once you go, and then you can come back. And that's probably easier me telling you how you have to float through, because you do still have to make the trip. There's no genie with that. You still got to make the trip. But this Tsar seems to, I don't know, it seems to trump a lot. So I like having it in my bag, just like the skulls.
I like having the skulls in my bag. And just like the Panther, American, Omen, Omeka Kabaza, or Omek, Panther consciousness, I like having this in my bag too. This is the shape shifting shit. And that's some delightful shit too. Shape shifting is delightful. And the thing about shape shifting that people don't understand is you're limited by your imagination. Because you can't shape shift into something you've never imagined. Just doesn't work like that. It's like, you can watch the movie The Blob and shape shift into The Blob because you're aware of it. But you can't turn into something you're not aware of. So it's a limitation to it. You dig? And of course, we've got the Talak, Shalalak, Talak being the hero twin. And I like all that hero twin energies too. Because I am like the hero twins come together. Hero twins activate, come together. I'm both the hero twins as one. No, I was watching, it was the Monkey King and shit. And that shit is some fucked up shit to see, It's like, my girl was like, I was like, God damn, this is the Monkey King. I think it's the Academy Award movie, the dance shit. And maybe I'm wrong, but we was watching some shit about the Monkey King, and that shit's hard. That's some hard shit that, they show the mountain and it exploding, and that's when the Monkey King comes out. But it's just like, wow. You don't see a lot of them trying to like you wouldn't equate like that. What was the movie I just watched where, damn, it was about where they show Satan going to the ground, and then Satan is chained, and then they're able to clone people again. The Devil's something. It just was a movie. I went to the movies to see it, and I watched it again the other night. So if you look at the Monkey King being trapped in a mountain, and you look at Satan being chained, and the Monkey King's story goes back to the Verdas. Some of the old myths. And so you see it, but Satan has to come back and do evil. And the Monkey King just outlived all his captors, outlived all his gods, and was able to recreate civilization with itself. So do you see the difference? You got one that he doesn't figure out. The only way he figures out, or the way the story is, the only way he figures out is to do evil and create an evil domain. You have the other one figuring out a way to redo civilization and rebirth itself. And doesn't really be a big disruptor when it rebirths itself, because it rebirths itself into its new civilization. So that's what I like. But it was just still seeing that shit is like, God damn. Gotta go through this bullshit again. And then, the comical way that it's presented, where, for me, that's suffering. And in a way, for me, that's suffering, But, you want to tap into the Speed Force? Well, thank you for joining. Royal Bell. And with that question, you definitely got to have
vision.
That is, well, again, the way it's presented like you physically have to do it. That the Speed Force can physically help you move through space-time. And when reality, what you're looking at is someone that, again, is making his lighter body, right? He becomes lighter when the Speed Force goes on. And so they're technically showing a way that a spiritual person can move. Because a spiritual person, it is a fast movement, no doubt. Like when you're really going down what I'm not desire, but just straight down these tunnels, which most people can meditate, you go through, kind of string theory. You are going, you're going very fast. Like when you're your light body and you leave your body and you actually go down this, you're going very fast. It's like when you first break through and you start seeing the spinning, you can get caught in it and you not get dizzy, but you get caught into seeing the spinning. And you've got to learn how to get above that. That's again, getting into karma and shit. You know, it's getting to karma. You can get away from that by just getting higher than the spin. You get higher than the spin, and that's the karma. The spin is karma. But again, it's the early learning of how to do it. Because if you're for years and you just seeing the spin, you know you're not going anywhere spiritually. If all you're doing is seeing this spin, it almost looks like a big, like the old cake mixers. You know, it's almost like a big cake mixer. That's like the old blade of the cake mixer. Like it's multi little blades. It almost like a mushroom, but it looks like the cake mixer blade mushroom. If that if that makes any sense, that's what it kind of looks like. But you raise above that, and you get into your light body. So you know your spiritual self is the speed force. Because again, where you're going, you're blasting through. And the problem with blasting through is, you know, you don't want to miss things. And so that's why you really become more, and it's like being, you know, aware of your surroundings. It's like you really become more aware of the colors and the motion and you learn to slow down. You learn to slow down. Yeah, that's the best way. You start learning to have a little more control. And like the first control is I don't want to spin. That's the first control. You don't want to spin because that's when you first come in. You'll see it. You'll see the golden ratio. That's what it is. I'm sorry. You see the golden ratio and it's spinning. I mean, that's what it shows you. It has to spin. It creates everything into the spin. But that's a limit. That's a limit. You want to get above that. And that's where you get above karma too. That's why why would you buy into something that if you just teeter a little bit off of it, it's gonna come and slap you? That makes no sense. That's self what do they call you? You reckon yourself. That's self-reckoning. Karma is. When, you know, you see old Kung Fu masters, when they jump over a snake, that's it. When the shit comes back around, you jump over it like you jump over a snake. You ain't got to kill the snake. You can jump over it. So that's the best way to tap into that. And I guess, you know, like Flash was always, from a little boy, was always my favorite character because of the time thing. So from the very beginning, you know, this time thing was some kind of way attached to me. Because that was the first one that I really studied. And again, you know, I started reading books, stopped reading comics and started reading books. I got interested in sports heroes and war stories and all this. So I quit reading comics and got into real books. But that was the first real comic that caught my eye of what his ability was. And it was always my favorite. Plus he wore a ring. You know, him and the Green Lanterns were the only ones that wore rings. Superman don't even wear a ring. Well, as I said before, I'll say it again. Remote viewing is more purpose driven. Remote viewing is more purpose driven. That's what remote viewing is. It's more purpose driven. You ghost because you have to make the journey. You know, you have to make the journey. So that's the difference between astral projection and remote viewing. Astral projection, you're not trying to go anywhere, but you're going into, again, you know, you're going into the tunnels. That's where you're putting yourself. You're going to the tunnels and you start going through and you start seeing the other tunnels and what's in the middle. You start seeing something that glows in the middle. Where, again, remote viewing is purposeful. You kind of ghost yourself because you still got to go over the land and stuff to see this. That's the difference. So remote viewing is more of aim. You're aiming, and the way you travel, you almost have to be like a ghost. Where astral projection, you're more like spirit. So remote viewing, you're more like a ghost. And I mean, I mean, you know, I'll have to do the exercise again with everybody, and that kind of shows you. It shows you like to physically understand, because most of us. Okay, so most of us, when we astral travel, we still picture ourselves as a body. That's just how we work. It was like where's it at?
It's like at one time, when I was practicing, what I try to show people is I was, getting ready just to practice, and all of a sudden another me appeared, feet here and standing up. It's like I grabbed my piece of sugarite because I was, about to do this practice, and I grabbed the sugarite and the other me with my feet and another body just standing on top of my head, and it was my light body. But it was like I picked up the sugarite and the sugarite just kicked that shit up. Because that's how we visualize ourselves. And so when people start astral traveling, you're going to think you're that because you don't know any other way to move through. And eventually that disappears where you know you don't need to be the body and it's all mental. But at first you're going to be the body because that's just how you're going to do it at first. That's why the exercise I say is, push that image of you on top of your head. I forgot to say that step before. And then try to go to the ceiling. Then try to go on top of the house, looking down on the house. Then try to go up and look down on your county. I mean, that's the steps. But when you would do this, you still would appear to you like a Superman. Because that's the only way your imagination will let you experience it. Because it takes it takes a lot more practice. As I said, when you remote viewing, you're almost ghosting. Not ghosting, but you almost have to have a ghost body because you still got to make the trip. And so they try to tell you that they can just pop up there. That's not how it's done. It ain't no genie or bewitched. It ain't done like that. You can't not make the journey. Like, think about the magic carpet. You still got to fly on that motherfucker, right? Superman still has to fly to get places. And it's very similar. It's very similar to remote view. You still got to make the journey. But your journey's made quicker because you're using a lighter body. And after a while, you don't. That's why I say attribute it more to being a ghost body to get to places because it's just lighter to think like that. Because after a while, you don't have to think that you're a body. You can be a ghost body or a lighter body, but more a ghost because you can travel faster because you don't think of yourself as this solid human. You can be like a fog. I say ghost, but you can almost move like a fog or even a cloud, whichever way works best for anybody. It could be like that. So. And it's just practice. You read about the things and then you practice it. And you can start like across the, as an easy way is across town. Like say you're a single parent and your daughter or your son and you want to, looking on your daughter every night. You practice that. And that's the way you can move, you can move. And the first times you do it, you'll see yourself doing it as a whole body. But as the more you could do it, you see that you don't even need to be the body. It'd be like, again, like a fog or a cloud going through. Remember, clouds is up high, but they still move around till they dissipate. And so you could still, I say ghost, but cloud is just as good as explanation of it. At least in my experience. And I've talked to others and they say something similar, very similar. So, that's who do you think they use it? That's why the USC, like what they did is they would give people acid and shit. The movie, what's it called? The Men Who Stared at Goats, or that George Clooney movie. That's a good movie on. It's a couple movies on remote viewing, but that's a good movie on it. But see that movie, the one with Ben Kingsley. That movie, Kingsley, Gandhi, the dude who played Gandhi, and that movie, he just starts sketching and shit. They don't really show the real process. The process you see is that he starts sketching but they don't mentally show what he does to get those. He's just writing and shit, but they don't show the process. So, again, they were very limited. They just show he could just, he's getting in a frenzy and he can just write this shit out. But they know, but they would take acid and get people to practice this. This is part of what the government did. So yeah, it's definitely inspired. Like when they talk about Dr. Xavier in the School for Mutants, I mean, that's a real thing. And it's not mutants. It's like they want to see anybody that has any kind of natural powers. They want to get them young. And like everybody, an easy one to go on is the spelling champ. Well, again, you're the greatest speller. And so, they look for these people because they want to keep spelling. So they look for these people that can do these master enchantments. Because, I mean, like we was talking about 9/11. Even 9/11, you think that there was no spiritual aspect to that? You don't think they had some of them wizards? You don't think they had wizards in 9/11 doing that shit too? Again, with the they were trying to do a reset there. It appeared, send a shock wave through everybody. I sucked the hell out this thing in 3 hours. That's why I didn't start chewing it early. I knew I'd probably eat it by there. But this has been a lovely day. Thank you guys for celebrating my birthday. Again, my birthday don't end until the 5th. I take from June 1st to July 5th. The 5th, the fizif. I take the fizif. But no, it's your birthday is a celebration of your death. Because the minute you're born, you start to die. And that's just the way it is. We look at it as growth, but actually you're in the process of dying. That's what growing up is it gets you closer to dying. And we don't look at it as that, but that's it. The minute you're born is when the clock starts about, and that is the reality breakdown right there too. Like people in Russia, they come out 9 months old, but in America, you come out 0. Why is that? Why is certain parts of the world give you credit for being the 9 months, and these motherfuckers don't give you any credit for the 9 months you was in the belly? Other parts of the world, you're 9 months old when you're born. Because it took 9 months to get you to where you are. So your credit would be 9 months. But in America, they tell you you're 0. When in fact, you're 9 months older than what they tell you you are. Because you developed all that time. And so if you don't think, they try to find the brightest and there's people that have, again, like I can put my hands together like this and feel things. And what is his name? What is his name? The guy in Vietnam. That brother, that brother creates energy. I mean, he creates energy. This motherfucker can burn paper with his hands. What is his name? Something Jack. I haven't watched him in years, but this dude is one of the few that can really do some type of magic that's not everyday stuff. I mean, he's a healer. This dude actually can burn some paper. And, they try to disprove him. And again, it's like when they brought Jesus in front of everybody, do it right now. And I'd be like, hey, you know what? That miracle works some hard shit. I only do one miracle every 5 or 6 weeks. So let me go. I'll be back on, what is it today? I'll be back on June 6th to give you some miracle shit. And I will give you some miracle shit. They're like, no, string him up, or knock him up, pop, 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 pop. Because it just doesn't work like that. But we're all magical people. We all have the ability to magic. And I say if there's anything that like that from source, and that's what source. They try to tell the magic is in religion, that you get the magic from religion, but religion is against magic. Even though religion can be a trick. I mean, there's so many natural magics that you can't even describe. It's like the first time holding a child and knowing that you're gonna make a commitment to this baby until it's 18. That's a hell of a magical feeling. And for that to hold that baby and that baby knows that it went to the right place. And and no one tells you how to be a parent. There's no real books on it. It's like there's no real book on how to drive a car and choke a child in the back seat. Or drive a car and punch 3 children behind you without crashing. My favorite though is the driving and the choke. That was my favorite thing. You could drive and okay, you're fucking up back there. This choke will stop you from fucking up.
There's nothing to teach you that. It's just stuff you got to learn. Stuff you got to learn. But you know it. You know it. You instinctively know it, what to do. So anyone says we don't have knowing, come on. That's innate. We have innate abilities as humans. And some of our innate ability is magic, no doubt. And that's why I don't talk about anything I don't know about or I haven't experienced. That's what knowing is. It's what's innate into me, and what's innate into me, I'm able to practice. And that's why a bird knows how to build a nest, feed its young. You think we any different? You think only animals can be innate? You don't think humans can know? There ain't nothing innate in us? When you shit, you know how to rub it out your ass. Even if you use your hand, you know you need to wipe your ass after you shit. And you know, you can add to your knowing. Because when I started reading about these chicks, it helped the knowing. And so now I know about them. I know about them. Because I've been able to experience what they're trying to teach. You know, you got this lady that thinks she's doing a study of them. They trying to get this out to the selected few that can use it. Because I think this is a class in Wisconsin. You think that them dairy farmers in Wisconsin know how to use this stuff? It's probably just African studies they had to take. You dig? This is for people that they want to know, that do know. So. The Homer Simpson always said that about birth. Yeah. Remember the remote viewing scene in Suicide Squad with the witch went and got the secret documents in Iran, sent her to get the information. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's a good point. Like another way the movement is of how to use your light body is in kill the Riddick. Remember how them one beings moved? Remember how they could ghost a little bit and move? Remember that? How your physical body could be over here, but you already started moving your light body the other way, and then you could make your light body be like on the other side of the room because you could move so fast. So some of it is something like that. Oh. I am smoked out, no doubt, tonight. What is it, 4? Oh. But thank you guys so much for joining me. Oh, man. Last time I was on and people donated, and that was so nice. What is that? Cat knocking on the door or something? What the fuck did that come from? Oh, well. Some wanted to make a noise. Turn everything else back on. Turn on, room. Can visualizing be a start to remote viewing? They do that. Visualization. Yeah. I mean, okay, let me start like this. We don't do this, but we should, because there's a magic with the roads and the cars and the highways. There's some magic. Most of us, if I like all y'all right now, think of the quickest store you could drive to. All right, right now, everybody listening to me, when you ever hear this, think about the quickest store you could drive to. With me, there's a store I could drive to in probably 2 minutes. Probably take me 2 minutes to drive down there. I'm losing my point. Let me see. Let me see if I can get back in. Okay. This is my point. So, most of us just jump in the car and drive there. That's what we do. But none of us visualize the trip there and back.
So when you're driving, every time I drive, I visualize the trip before I even go. And I visualize the trip coming back. And that is a powerful practice. Because what you start seeing is you don't get stopped, the car over there gets stopped. And the car over there gets stopped for you. It's like their sacrifice for you. We take, so the other example I want to give you, like when I played football, when I knew it was the pass play for me and from looking at film study, I knew I would visualize where I wanted to catch the ball. Because from looking at the films, I would know where this DB, how far he's going to drop back. I know where that linebacker is going to drop back. If the linebacker blitz, then I know I'm definitely going to be open. If he starts running forward where I'm running, he's going to be open. So I visualize all these things before I do it. Now, I give pickleball another example. It's like sometime when you dink in the corners, you are on the edge of the net where you can hit it on the side of the net. I had like visualized that next time I saw that I would do it. And in the game, I did it. And so what I'm saying is, if you practice this kind of visualization on something you common do, the other visualizations come in. You got to interview, you see how it's going to go. You practice how it's going to go. You have a presentation. And then I've said it is a million ways of control. Because you can get in a room, and again, how many people, but if you say a decent number of rooms, say 30 people, you can not only make 30 people breathe the same way your breathing pattern is, you can make them blink the same way you can blink. But again, you have to visualize all this first. You have to visualize the whole presentation. That Immortal movie, the Immortals or whatever, where Paperboy, he invents the 1500 car, the steam engine. Well, again, they say Tesla could do that. That Tesla could visualize the whole blueprint, which is more CAD. That's what he's visualizing. He was able to use CAD without the computer, without the machine. He didn't need the machine to put a CAD print up there. He could put the whole CAD print, because blueprint is 2D, CAD is 3D, and what Tesla supposedly could do is visualize 3D, not a 2D blueprint. He could visualize a 3D CAD design back in late 1800s, early 1900s. He would come up with a machine and see it in CAD design. Wireframe, every bolt and part, how it moved. And that's nothing but what a person uses now with a computer that's CAD. But he could put CAD in his mind and put it out there and project it and know everything he had to build and then put it on the flat surface. So yeah, visualization is a way to remote view. But remember, you're not going to be bewitched. So don't think you can just, blink and you're there. Genie, I dream of Genie. It ain't that. Again, practice, I'll go over it again. Maybe tomorrow I'll go over it again, the breathing exercise to show you kind of how to, because as I said before, the easiest way to leave your body is to visualize not another person, you standing on top of this. That's the easiest way to start, is to pop out of your body and put your feet here and the rest of you standing straight up. And that's where you start. And then it's funny, once you do that, you'll start feeling it try to spin. Because that's what it want to do, is want to spin. So even as it goes, as you go through the roof and you're outside, it really loves to spin because it wants to look all around. You get a 360 view of everything as you go up. So be prepared for that, because it does want to spin. So, and it's not a dizzy spin, but it just wants to look all around. And as you move yourself higher and higher, that feeling is really, that spinning feeling of just being in free space is really cool. It's not the dizzy kind of spin. It's like twirling in the air almost. You just like half twirl, and as you go higher, half twirl. But it's like, even if you remote view going to something like Jupiter or Saturn, you couldn't comprehend it. You really couldn't comprehend it, because what you find out is you're a piece of dust. You'll see something so gigantic as you approach it that you realize that if you went there, you'd really be a dust. To go to those places, you got to be invited. Now, I've talked about this a couple years ago. You know, I have a relationship with Jupiter, and for me to go there, it had to create something that I would comprehend. So it always set up a room for me to go where I could start like, okay, I understand, okay. And we started communicating. Then it wanted to show me another part of Jupiter, and it literally put me on a type of, I'm gonna say a train, but it was some kind of transport that even being there, I had to be transported from this part to that part. Because again, maybe it's thundering. I know I heard something. I saw a light just flash. But again, it took a lot of communication just so it put me in a place where I could start understanding. Because all the fractals are so, I mean, that's the other part, is like, all the fractals we see we're familiar with, but there's other fractals than the ones we just see. And it's getting used to that kind of thing. Because you've got something trying to construct something so you can understand it. And so it's creating an environment for you to understand. So that's my only way to visit planets. Maybe people have other ways. That's for me. I have a relationship with Jupiter, so that's my experience. That's my knowing. So I can't say that you can do the same thing. I say the moon is the easiest kind of thing to kind of have a relationship with. Because of the full moon, it's the easiest. But if you want to go further, you just gotta, study this stuff and stand out there. And it's so easy. It's a trip where I was able to move the planet with was it this crystal? I think it was this crystal, or it was either this one. Because what happens is, just you stick this up to the planet or the moon, and what it wants to do is it wants to double the crystal. Your vision wants to create two crystals, but what you do is you make it stay one. Yeah, and And one time I was able to actually physically move the planet. I was like, God damn, how am I able to do that? So, but that's another way, just putting the time, looking at the planet, putting it like Venus is in everybody's western sky at night. And you can take a crystal out and just hold it up. And it just, because it's the love planet. You just hold it up, hold the crystal up, or just a rock or whatever, just yourself, and, feel that energy. Feel what it is. And if you can start feeling it, then you might be able to communicate with it. Now, the moon is an interesting kind of energy because it's so cyclical. But there's a coldness. Now, I'm a Cancer, so I'm the moon kind of, but it is a coldness to it that I don't know. It's almost like the feeling you get from the, I don't know. It's like, why, like it's almost like the feeling I get is it's not something that's really there, because spiritually to try to, but on an individual basis to try to relate to the moon is just like I said, relating to a planet. The moon is so cyclical with us that we really feel it during the full moon period. But other than that, it feels like there's nothing there. So it's like 8 days of the full moon. It feels different than it feels the rest of the time. It's like a really cold feeling thing if it's not in the full moon. So you catch it, what is it, waning and waxing. You catch it waxing going down, and you're out of those 8 days. And it's still visible. If it's still visible, it's a very cold, like nothing there almost.
Now, if you're into the full moon time, it's a lot of energy you can feel from that. But outside of that, it's a cold kind of thing. So it's like something infuses it for 8 days. Because you feel the energy 4 days before and 4 days after. So 8 days, something infuses it. But the rest of the time, it doesn't feel like that. It doesn't feel like that. Now, the sun is interesting because for those of us that are older, it ain't the same thing. Like, it is literally not the same thing for us that are older. It was something different as children. The sun we see now is not the same thing. It doesn't look the same. It looks a different, completely different color. The way it presents itself in the sky sometimes is new, that I've never experienced before. I'm looking at this sun that's like, what is this? How I'm 62 years old. How didn't I see it present itself like this before? In the last 10 years, I've seen that more than ever before. It's like, what is this thing? And it appears more and more like it is some type of simulator. Now, but at other times, how do I want to say this? Other times, there is almost like, yeah, okay. I'm trying to think how to put this. So at other times, it almost, like if you truly sun gaze, like right in the morning, or again, not at the peak, but like in the morning or when it's going down, it runs at night. I mean, if you sun gaze at night, that motherfucker runs from you. But it's almost like you can watch it and you see shit flying around it. Yeah, I guess that's the best way I can say it. But it's not that. It's not like shit's flying around. Like you see, I don't know, you start seeing different movements. But I guess flying around it is the easiest way to explain it. You start seeing like you see the regular beams, but if you see the shape of it, there's something there moving within the shape of the roundness. And it appears like if you look long enough, you see in the silhouette, you'll see stuff start breaking off. And sometimes it'll go here, then sometimes it comes back here. I don't know if it's not always when you watch it, it doesn't always just do this. It's like you'll see something like it's a small part and it'll go to another part. And that's a weird phenomenon. Don't see it all the time, but sometimes you can catch that if you do enough sun gazing. And the more you do it, the more you'll start seeing it. It's like, damn, what is that? They'll try to say, well, it's just the sun rays, it's bouncing off. And so your perception is bouncing around and it bounced off your left ear and you're standing on one foot. So it looks like shit's coming and going. Oh, Brother Sean, what is happening? And I know you've got to have
vision.
Thank you for coming. Ships go to the sun like a gas station, gathering energy from it, and some living creatures feed from the sun. Maybe. What feeds off the simulator, though? That's the other thing. Is if something that feeds off the sun, they're definitely able to block it from us, like the Matrix tells you. They're definitely able to block it. So, and I'm sure. I mean, just looking at it, sometimes it's not a sun. It's something else. It's completely something else. It's like a simulator at other times. Because other times you see it, it don't do none of that. It'd be orange and big as hell. I don't like the last 10 years, I've never seen it in the sky as big as it looks. It's like, where does this come from? And I'm living way up north. So for us up here to see a big sun, it doesn't make sense. It's just not going to be that big up here. But it's like, where did this big looking thing? And so it just looks more fake and fake. So sometimes they probably give us the real thing and they probably
probably able to, move the other thing through. Well, I think that's it. Oh, I drank half of this. I think I've drank enough. It's probably going to go flat by the morning. Because I don't know if I'm going to play pickleball in the morning. Probably not. My arm ain't that bad when I fell. See, it's not really that bad. Oh, man, arm. I need to lift a little more. And I bought the other brace. Let's see. I bought this brace. I've got one for I'm going to have braces on my... So I put the strap... the straps are downstairs. I put the strap on, and then I put this over the strap. So, these work pretty good. But I use the strap, too. I put the strap on first, and then I put these sleeves over the strap. Because pickleball and tendonitis, I've been having tendonitis since I was tennis elbow. I've been having tennis elbow since I was 22, 23. Working for the water department. I was lifting some shit. And like I sprained my finger. Like today... was the first time I've been able to take this ring off in a couple of days. My finger like just blew like these two, because when I fell, I was holding the paddle, and I think when I fell, my fingers jammed. Like the paddle landed against my body, and I think my fingers jammed, and I jammed these two fingers. Swimming helped too. When we swam the other day, it helped. But yeah, now still, it's barely want to come off. So I was taking a shower with it and shit. And the beautiful thing about being in a pool with the chlorine, it cleans diamonds. I like that shit. But I got to show a video of the pool. They're getting it all together. They have a hoop court back there that we're going to put a pickleball thing in. It's not going to be as big as a pickleball court, but it still will work. It's going to be slightly smaller, but it's a full hoop. Shit, I think he paid. Yeah, I don't even want to say how much he paid for that hoop and that slab of concrete. I saw how much he paid. It's like, goddamn. How much they paid for that pool. I got to show a whole thing. Now they're putting clover. Because it's like they have about... Because I asked them and they didn't know. And they have more than an acre. They got about 1.5 acres. And the way it's cool is like they got a porch or a deck. And then off the deck about 20 feet is the pool, and of course all concrete around the pool, and then concrete on the ends where they're gonna build a capella, whatever it's called. And then they have a shed, but then you keep going, it's the basketball hoop, and then they have like a little mound where they're gonna put it's flat. It's like you don't really realize how big their property is until you go where this little mound is and you look at the house and how far you're away from the house. So it's about 1.5 acres, maybe 2 acres. Their backyard is an easy acre. So that's why with the front yard, I'm thinking they got about 1.5 acres. But the backyard is an acre by itself, if not slightly bigger. And now they got it all fenced in. And so they're instead of grass, they put clover in. And let me tell you, to put clover in was like $3 or $4 grand. Like for them to put in the sprinklers in the back and the clover together was going to cost them. The sprinkler system in the backyard alone was $6,000. Yeah, just the sprinkler system. So I was like, man, you can put that shit in. I told him, I said, man, you put the clover in. Me and you can put the sprinkler system in. It's not that hard. You ain't got to go that deep to put them little jets up. I've done it before. I said, but it was like, yeah, to put both of them in was almost 20 grand. So you imagine that? The fence, to put all the fence in. It just, it's funny how much money that shit costs. Like me even to get married, the shit is like, it's cost is, and I ain't even got the tuxes and shit. That's another thing. So, what if the Packers got its 3rd Hall of Fame? I can see the programming in the NFL by seeing Rodgers getting traded to the Jets like Brett Favre. Exactly. I believe Donna died a couple days ago, by the way. That's a good point. I've said I thought, she was going to be on the clock. So that could be. But Royal Bell, thank you for joining. And to be here at night, you definitely got to have
You got to have vision.
Yeah, but what if the Packers got his third? Oh, Hall of Fame quarterback. That's a good point. Packers is definitely gonna get our third Hall of Fame quarterback. But I predicted that a long time ago. They would never let Aaron Rodgers overlap Brett Favre, and neither one of them was gonna overlap Bart Starr. Remember, Bart Starr won 2 Super Bowls and 3 NFL championships, or maybe they lost in '61. Oh, here's the book. Who were the Indian NFL champions? Let's see if this one tells. I don't know if this has a record of the champions, NFL champions. Scoring, passing. Yeah, I don't know if it has a list of the NFL champions. I don't think it does. It has some championship games like this is from. So this must have been Jim Brown's last year, 66. Yeah, so this is before the Super Bowl. They won in 66. But yeah, then this jumps all the way to 61. And the Bears won in 61. Yeah, this doesn't have them, the championships listed. NFL championships. This is just going kind of, let's see. Yeah, this just goes, this is 33, 37, 40, 50. September. Oh, that's interesting. That game is a different conference. This 1950 game was actually a different conference. This would have been the American Conference, not the AFL, the All-American Conference. I didn't realize that. This is who? 1950, Cleveland Browns versus the Rams. Yeah, the Rams and Browns weren't in the NFL in 1950. So, whoa. But I know they won. Let me see. They lost to the Eagles in 60. And then the Browns won in 65. So I don't know. I think Bart Starr won 3 NFL championships before. And then the 2 Super Bowls, of course. So, but yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Remember, they put her on a ventilator. Ooh, that's a good point. But yeah, that makes no sense that Brett Favre, that Rodgers would go to the Jets. Of all teams, the Jets have drafted 2 quarterbacks the last couple years. They just drafted another quarterback. But it's like all of a sudden, like the Jets can't get the quarterback right. And remember, the one quarterback, his first start, Sam Donaldson, remember what they did? They gave the thing of Joe Namath, because Joe Namath has thrown the most pick sixes. So Joe Namath shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame because Joe Namath only won that 1 Super Bowl. That's his career. He threw the most pick sixes. So how is that player in the Hall of Fame for winning 1 Super Bowl, but he threw the most pick sixes? So he wasn't and he was hurt all the time. So he did not have a Hall of Fame career, but they wanted the merger. That's why the Jets won, and that's why Kansas City won in 1970. Jets won in 69, Kansas City Chiefs win in 70. They wanted the people to accept the merger. To making you think that AFL teams was just as good, when in fact we know that the Jets team was nowhere near as good as that Colts team. That Colts team, if they would have let them play a real game, Joe Namath wouldn't have made it through the game. And the same thing with the Vikings and the Chiefs. You know, when Otis Taylor gets his touchdown, which really seals the game. It's 1-on-1. They throw a dig pass and the dude misses a tackle and Otis runs down the sideline for a touchdown. Now, he is a player that deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, and I think he might just recently died. And I forgot to mention Homer Jones died, and I need to find my Homer Jones 3D card. Homer Jones is the one that invented the spike. He died last week. Sorry if I didn't mention that. He made All-Pro 1 or 2 years, All-Pro. Led the league in receiving. I think he made All-Pro twice. But his legacy is he invented the spike, which we still see today. They tried to turn the spike into dancing. But he was the first one that said, fuck this ball.
And everybody's done it that's played in the NFL that scored. They've done it one or two times in their career before the niggas started dancing. It was the spike. And so, shout out to Homer Jones. Love to Homer Jones. I'm sorry, I don't know where my 3D cards. I got to find what I did with them. I don't know if they're in one of my 2 storages. They're somewhere. I got to find them though. So I think I'm gonna call it, y'all. I'm a little tired. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised with Madonna. You got to pay the piper. Sooner or later, you got to pay. And she'll probably take the Walter Payton route, like Michael Jackson did. Don't take out nobody but me. That's what Walter Payton did. And it's like, Walter, it's gonna be you, or we're gonna do somebody else. Michael Jordan's daddy. I mean, the line goes on and on and on and on and on. Of the price that you got to pay. The latest one we saw, what his name? The goofy skinny dude with the Netflix DJ Young Fly. That Netflix sucked. He sacrificed his wife for a Netflix that sucked, that he wasn't funny. They wasn't funny at all, and they copied some of what Corey Holcomb does. Having a band, them trying to sing. I mean, it was just so phony. It was nothing funny. It was more phony than funny. And same way with the funky chick that was, what was her name? She was crying because Netflix didn't want her. Then she got on there, didn't have no jokes. Complaining ain't funny. I want jokes. And like Corey Holcomb said, tell me one joke that Tiffany Haddish said. I mean, I can tell you Eddie Griffin joke. Eddie Griffin said his mother beat him out of the penitentiary. He said his mother was chasing him down the street in the car because he fucked up so bad. She's about to run his ass over. But he said, so some of these, like Richard Pryor, I play Richard Pryor every night. He had a million funny stories. But I watched that special and none of them 3 dudes was funny at all. It was like corny on top of corny on top of corny. Not funny. And you sacrificed your children's mother for that by convincing her she needed it all done. Kanye is another one. He's another one that we know, And the sacrifice is not the normal sacrifice. It's not like one of us normally. It's attached to that something. Oh, well, I gotta go, y'all. I've been going for 4 hours. Almost 4.5 hours. I had a marathon session. Thank you for hanging with me, the ones that hung with me. Thank you, whoever checked in. I appreciate it. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Tomorrow is Sunday, and yeah, I should be on tomorrow sometime. I might come on early so I can go. I might come on a little earlier tomorrow, depending. Just so I can get up and play on Monday, because I want to play on Monday. And the weather's supposed to be good. Tomorrow, I'm probably just going to do some light hitting. It says, use Surrey to get your things done. What's the weather going to be like tomorrow? 89 tomorrow. 87 today. Monday, 92. Then Tuesday, we're going to get a little rain. So I'm going to play. So I might get rained out Tuesday and Wednesday. But if I go early enough. So I'm going to play hard Monday, though. Go early, though. I'm trying to go early. And play hard on Monday. And then, depending on the weather, on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So tomorrow, I'm probably just going to hit some balls. Maybe walk around the Mall of America. Maybe do some running, some rope work. Yeah, get to it. So thank y'all for coming. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Brother Sean. I appreciate that so much. That is so cool and kind of you. I appreciate it. And, if there's always any questions and if you want me to explain something, I'll try to explain it a little better. If I didn't explain it good enough, I'll try to explain it better if you ever have any questions. I'm pretty open. So thank you guys for joining. Till we meet again. Say less. Oh.
Nigga get mad. Say, motherfucker, what you mean you ain't gonna let me in this funky joint? Much money I done spent in here, nigga. I knew your mama when she was horn. Hump, baby. Hump, baby. Hump, baby.
Your lines are still open. Oh shit, you can get it, nigga. You wanna get it?
Used to snort cocaine, now I fiend for the check. Used to snort cocaine, now I fiend for the check.
The Chinese platform, you already know they don't give a fuck about your black ass. The Chinese platform, you already know they don't give a fuck about your black ass. The Chinese platform, you already know they don't give a fuck about your black ass.
I think we OD'd. I think we OD'd.
Damn white boys out there. Most of them is psychopaths and all that. They'll kill your mama's mama. And you.
Decent white folk that still don't know they're racist.
What the hell you want here, hunky?
I don't mean to be out of line. Mean to be rude.
Where's all that noise? Where's all that noise? Where's all that noise? Oh, that's just daddy.
All right, thank you. Till we meet again, say less. Oh, look at me. And just remember, look at me. You know what you see. You see a bad brother. I said, look at me. You know what you see. You see a bad brother. All right, y'all. Have a restful rest.